Can you hear me?
So I won't.
Veronica's coming.
Yeah.
Like right over the.
I heard you, Kathy.
Hi, I can hear you too.
So you can always say nice things about people recording. Okay. Okay, good evening, everyone. I will call to order this Tuesday, July 28th meeting of the Fairfield Plan and Zoning Commission. We'll start with our meeting minutes from July 21st. A motion on the item, please. Commissioner Levy.
Move to approve.
Commissioner Levy moves to approve. Do I have a second? Randolph seconds. Commissioner Levy.
Appear to be in order.
Commissioner Randolph.
No comments.
Any additional comments or questions?
I'm abstaining because I didn't see a copy of the minutes.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? All those in favor of the motion to approve the July 21st meeting minute? I'm sorry, Commissioner Braun, did you have a question?
No.
Okay, sorry. All those in favor of the motion to approve the July 21st meeting minutes, please raise your hand or say aye. Thank you. And Commissioner Braun's opposed. I mean, it is abstaining, so that's 6-0. Thank you. Motion passes. Next is Stilson LLC versus P&Z Shapiro Commons, 19 unit, and Stilson LLC versus E&Z Shapiro Commons 60 unit 830G, a vote on a proposed settlement agreement. Please have a motion on this item. Commissioner Levy.
Approve.
Commissioner Levy moves to approve. Do I have a second? Randolph seconds. Commissioner Levy.
Yeah, I think the parties have reached a reasonable agreement. It provides for 17 units to be built, additional screening and trees to be provided. It also means that the 8G application will be withdrawn, which on this particular site, 17 units of market rate and inclusionary housing is more appropriate, particularly in light of the, Stilson Road. And it does provide for some attorney's fees without being, basically to pay the costs for the applicant. So based upon that, and it also provides for the town being reimbursed for its fees. And since the appellee, the Stilson LLC is promoting this, it'll allow them to proceed with the development. So based upon that, and assuming a judge approves it, the matter should be settled along the lines outlined in the settlement.
Thank you, Commissioner Levy. And before I get to Commissioner Randolph, I am reminded that Commissioner Braun recused herself on this, I believe.
It could either be Commissioner Huntley or Commissioner Zablik, because both were in the executive sessions that discussed the item.
I think Commissioner Zablock was up last time, so that would be Commissioner Huntley's turn. So Commissioner Huntley will sit for Commissioner Braun on this item. Commissioner Randolph, back to you.
I'm glad to see that this was settled. I was disappointed that it went through this process of being litigated, and we as a commission always have to work through compromises, and this, in my mind, is a compromise, not because of the nature of it, but what I strongly object to, but I'm reluctantly voting for, is the developers being obligated to pay for the opponent's legal fees. Initially, they were asked. I think that this is encourages lawsuits that ultimately get settled. It protracts our decisions, and I am reluctantly approving payment of the opponent's legal fees only because I want this compromise. But I think this is something that is, I know it's what's commonly done, but really don't like doing things the way we've always done things before as an excuse. And I think that I am reluctantly agreeing to the settlement where the applicant is paying for the opponent's legal fees. I find that distasteful. It's encourages lawsuits needlessly. And if an applicant, if someone is, an opponent is going to oppose it, they should pay for their own legal fees, and it should be worked out. But in this instance, I'm reluctantly supporting the compromise.
Thank you. Other comments from the commission? Commissioner Monahan.
I disagree. I think there was a valid reason for the opponent to bring this case. And I think that if it was worked out between the parties and it was a reasonable settlement that all agreed to, that we should not stand in the way. And so I don't believe it's distasteful, as the other commissioner noted. I think it's just the way this happened. So for us to say it's just distasteful, so be it.
Any other comments? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to approve the settlement, please raise your hand or say aye. All those opposed? Commissioner Monahan, you're abstaining?
I'll be abstaining.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes 6-0. Next is a request to accept offsite below market rate units. A request by Summit Development to accept 4 additional deed restricted units at the approved 18-unit development at 1427 Kings Highway in lieu of 2 on-site units for the condominium development at 250 Pequot Avenue per section 31.7.J.1. Bernie Russo.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Chris Russo with Russo and Lizzie LLC, offices at 10 Sasko Hill Road in Fairfield, here on behalf of the applicant. Chair, I'll just go quickly through what the differences are as far as what's gained from it, but then also add on the things that were discussion, from last time. And what our responses are to them. So again, this is for 4 units at 1427 Kings Highway in lieu of 2 units designated as affordable at 250 Pequot Avenue. We went through where these properties are in the the 1427 Kings development. So I'll just again reiterate that this proposal would double the number of units designated as affordable from 250 from 2 to 4. It would double the number of bedrooms. It would double the number of bathrooms. It would quadruple the number of HUE points that the town would receive in comparison to the 250 Pequot Avenue project. I had pointed out last time to achieve the number of HUE points increase in this proposal, just the increase, a 34 unit apartment building under the regulations would have to be constructed. The 2 buildings are both new construction housing. That was something that had come up in some of my prior proposals, that those that were offered were not new construction. 1427 Kings is not a renovation. They're hoping to pull permits within the next month, and I think they've already submitted some paperwork. We agreed to restrict the 4 units at 1427 Kings Highway to families limited to 60% of AMI. And we also agreed to restrict those units in perpetuity. And so there were other points that were raised by commissioners. One was the fact that 1427 Kings doesn't have any amenity space. And there is a 1,900 square foot amenity space within the building at 250 Pequot. So I talked with my client and he would agree to fund an annual gym membership at the Edge Fitness Club. That's something we had discussed. It's nearby. And so we would agree to that for each of the 4 proposed units. I think we're discussing a time frame for that because, you know, again, units are now in perpetuity. And so we were going to offer 10 years to fund that for each of the 4 units for 10 years. There was another condition requested by Commissioner Monahan. She probably could state it better than I can, but I think essentially it came down to that public funds would not be used in the construction of the units at 1427 Kings. So we have no issue with that condition, as Commissioner Monahan stated. We also had a lot of discussion about the square footage and the comparison. So after the hearing, we went back to the owner at 1427 Kings and we selected 4 of the units that are the largest units. They're sized 981 square feet to be designated as affordable. So that would be a total of 3,924 square feet. So again, reducing that difference there. And on top of that, we had discussed a contribution to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. That was based on the discussion of the difference in square footage. We have reduced that significantly by selecting these 4 units that are 981 square feet. But still, we would offer as a condition a payment to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund in the amount of $40,000. So with that, I did look into the parking. There are 24 parking spaces that have been approved as part of the site plan. There's 18 units, 24 parking spaces. These will be available to the residents. Again, there's no change to the building happening. It's really just a change in that these units would be designated as affordable. So with that, happy to answer any questions, comments.
Commissioner Braun.
And again, the prior 2 or 3 times at bat had fewer housing equivalency points to get us to our next moratorium, right?
Right.
And timing wise, because we are working towards another moratorium, when do you see the construction of this property being built with a certificate of occupancy, which would then enable these 8 housing equivalency points to come into fruition?
So there's paperwork already in for the construction of this building, is my understanding. And they're hoping to get permits, I believe, in September. Their construction timeframe is they said 12 to 18 months. Right now, 250 Pequot is advertising for 2027. So that timeline would line up. But again, under your regulations, there is the requirement that the CO be issued, or that the restriction be placed and the units be issued a certificate of occupancy at the 1427 Kings before 250 Pequot would be released of its obligation. So there's no gap there in when you would receive HUE points.
And the gym membership, I'm trying to do a crude calculation. That's like 20 grand or so, maybe. You're talking about 10 years times 30 to
Well,
50.
I think
month.
the edge is $80 annual. And
okay.
so,
That's
and then
30,000.
is what I
Yeah.
saw online. And so it would be for each unit. And, again, it set a time frame on it. 10 years. Hopefully the edge will still be around in 10 years and it will still be there for them.
4 units times 80 times 12 months a year times 10 years. Sounds like around
4 times 80 times 10 years. This is 4 units.
Times 12. Like.
20 times 12, sorry, yeah,
Yeah,
times 12, yeah.
Well, if you add that to the 40,000 you're offering, it sounds like it could be over 100,000.
No.
It's just $15.
Only $15 a month.
a year.
A year.
It's like
Yeah.
$50.
It's $80 annual.
I'm just anticipating my fellow commissioners asking for more money, and I just want to point out that that's not what the regulation's purpose was. The regulation that we passed a year or so ago was to enable off-site affordable units, so we can have some ownership multifamily, which is virtually impossible otherwise, because it's almost impossible to calculate the common charges without asking unit owners to subsidize the the affordable unit owners. So this is why we passed this regulation. It's a comparable size. You're kicking in 40,000 to the Housing Trust Fund. You're kicking in a free, what we asked, free gym membership for 10 years. You're also making the units for people that need more affordability at 60% of average median income as opposed to 80%, which also, it helps people that are more disadvantaged. It also helps us to get more points. So I think I asked before, I think the one you did before was 4 housing equivalency points, and this is now 8, or the other one was 7, but this is more than the prior.
There was one that was 4, there was one that was,
Okay.
there was one that was 7, I believe, 6.5, 7. And this one would be the most that we've offered so far.
Also anticipating what my fellow commissioners might be saying, there's nothing, and this is all about getting us housing equivalency points and being able to do offsite below market on something that, you wouldn't be able to build it probably otherwise, but 8-30G is the reason we need the housing equivalency points, otherwise it wouldn't matter. So 830G has no mention anywhere in the statute that you have to have the affordable units in any particular location within a town. Towns that happen to have 10% of their total housing stock certified or qualified as affordable under the 830G definition are simply exempt, not even a target or an objective. That's just, those are exempt. And when the law was passed 36 years ago, they basically wanted to absolve some of the poorer and larger cities of having to deal with 830G, and they just picked 10%. And that pretty much the same towns and cities that had 10% 36 years ago still have 10%. Maybe 1 or 2 towns have entered or exited the exemption ratio, but we've been told by Mr. Barnhart, we'll never get to 10%. It's never really been a target or an objective. It's simply a way of exempting certain cities from the onerous burden of proof shifting aspect of 8-30G. So 830G again does not target areas of a town. It simply says if you don't have 10%, you're not exempt. And if you want a moratorium, it's a temporary reprieve, again, from the onerous provisions of 8-30G. So we're in the middle of one now. We want to get another one. This gets us 8 points. And the fact that it's not in the same area of town is of absolutely no concern to 8-30G, and it shouldn't be to us either. Thank you.
And Commissioner Capozzi.
I just wanted to clarify, Director Harrigan had made a valid point about a potential reciprocal relationship with a closer building. There's what was the building that was walkable that has the gym?
Oh, well, two of the adjacent apartment buildings have gyms within them, but it's really up to the applicant how they want to,
Okay.
structure that. It was just a suggestion, but
Yeah, and you know, it wasn't clear if that would even be affordable to us. My understanding is that it would likely not be. So I think the edge, I mean, the edge can turn away people, so we know for sure
Sure.
that the edge, and it is, I mean, it's a big facility. There's a lot there that would be available to residents.
I would just stipulate that the gym membership be available to every resident of each unit, not just.
So yeah, like a family membership or something like that. Sure.
Come a long way, I'm still on the fence.
Okay.
First of all, it's not an 830G application. It's inclusionary zoning. Correct.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, no,
You
Commissioner
mean
Braun.
1427?
No, I'm talking about 260 Peak.
Yeah, that was not
That's inclusionary. And under
Neither
our-
was 1427 Kings, but
Right,
18.
exactly. So 830G really isn't relevant other than for the standard with respect to what the affordable housing 60 and 80% would be. The inclusionary housing is under our regulations. It does provide that at a particular development at various times, it's been 10% or now 15%, should be earmarked for affordable housing. Now, the concern that members, whether it be in a tenant-based rental unit or a sale unit, that some of the residents will in a sense be subsidizing the affordable units. While some commissioners may have a problem with that, I think a keen grasp of the obvious is that that is the situation in every 830G or affordable housing, where the affordable units are in fact subsidized either by the increased rental on the other units or in the reduced on the market. And that's no different than the fact that wealthier people pay more in taxes for the public good than people who have less. And that is consistent with our zoning. So, I mean, here's my dilemma. Number one, is it 4 units in perpetuity versus 2 for 40 years?
Different AMI too.
At at 60% AMI, that's a positive for 1427. The fact that it's in perpetuity is also important. The fact that they're both new construction is good. And the fact that the rental model is somewhat easier to implement is an advantage. But before I'm prepared to decide on this, I mean, I've said on multiple times, I want to see what your affordable housing plan would look like for sale units, which to my mind would require that you cap the common charges and get rid of the bugaboo about, people not being able to afford. Because the whole idea of inclusionary zoning is not that all affordable housing will be east and north Benson Road. It's that it would be dispersed throughout the town.
But 1427 is rental.
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking about the location. Again, it's not in Southport. And the whole idea of inclusionary zoning is that people of various economic, stations would live together and benefit from that coexistence. And, and we've had this bugaboo about, with a sale unit and common charges, that it doesn't work. And my question to you is, have you drafted an affordable housing plan for a sale unit that would work, that would enable you to continue
Well,
to
yeah,
allow
I
somebody
don't.
to live there at 60 and 80%?
I don't think it works. I think we've had that conversation, in that argument. I think we've had that multiple times here. Commissioner Levy, I respect your opinion on it and your feelings on it. I personally disagree, but I I think it puts the affordable unit owner and a for sale product in a very difficult position. What I will say is the Inclusionary Housing Act, the state one, yes, about integrating mixed incomes is definitely a goal. Another goal is to increase affordable housing supply. It's one of the main goals of it. And this proposal does that. It doubles the number that is available. And, you know, I said this last time, I think those extra 2 families that will get these extra 2 affordable units are going to tell you that they're very important, and that what is the limit on the rents in comparison to what's around the market. We talked about Creekline. Creekline is I think $3,200 a month, $3,300 a month for a 2-bedroom, whereas this would be in around the $2,100 a month range. I think it's a substantial savings for those families, $1,000 a month. And so, you know, this whole regulation and this whole process is a balancing test. And we've talked about that a lot. And it's you know, it's hard to achieve a unit in lieu. I know that because I've been here a lot of times. But I think with this proposal, we have provided a lot to the town and also to people who are seeking affordable units here. That makes this a good proposal. Because I think the other thing we know too, yes, it's not Southport, but this is a very convenient location to be. There is a lot that whoever lives here will have access to within walking distance. And so I think there's a lot of advantages to it. So.
I'm not gonna, I mean, as I said, I'm on the fence.
No, I know I know that.
And
I
we-
appreciate you considering it.
We may disagree as to, you know, what an affordable housing plan would look like for a sale unit. But ultimately, whether we agree or not, it's incumbent upon the applicant to come up with a housing plan, affordable housing plan that's gonna pass muster. And unless you can control those costs to maintain it affordable within the 40 years, I don't see how you can meet that burden. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, because 250 would be released completely from
Yep.
that, yeah.
Right. But I'd like to see what it would look like if we don't release it.
Commissioner Monahan.
Well, and sorry, Chair. There's an affordable housing plan with 250 Pequot. So we have that in there. I have pointed out what I think the weaknesses are with that setup. I know, you know, Commissioner Randolph has, and you have both expressed your disagreements with that. But, you know.
Go ahead, Commissioner Monahan.
And you said there were 24 parking spaces and 18 units. So will each of these units that will be affordable be granted 1 parking spot?
Yes.
Okay, great. Number 2, how much do you anticipate the HOA charges being for the unit in the development in Southport? I mean, my understanding is it's usually for a unit like that, for a development like that, they're usually around $600 a month. So at $600 a month for homeowners association fee is pretty high in addition to taxes, you know, and other expenses that you would have to, obviously, just like a home, you know, take on every month. I personally do not feel that is right or fair for the other unit holders in that development to have to quote unquote subsidize every month those other property owners. I think it is. There are also condo rules that are changing for financing throughout the United States. The reserves, et cetera, that must be kept need to be very significant. So it's not only subsidizing the HOA, it's also subsidizing, you know, potentially the reserves and other ongoing expenses. So it's an expensive development. So I think what you've proposed with the eight HUE points, the location, I think is great. I think there's some other big development, you know, going to be opening shortly, very nearby this unit in Southport that will be granting a lot of affordable housing units kind of in that area. I'm speaking to Mr. Levy's kind of, you know, integration, you know, comment. And I think that, you know, quadrupling the HUE points is great. I think the building looks like it'll be beautiful. The Edge is a really nice facility. They will have parking. I think these families will be thrilled with the outcome. So I appreciate you coming back multiple times on this topic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Randolph.
Attorney Russo, I'm a little concerned by you saying that the inclusionary housing in South Point won't work.
That's not what I said.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I guess then it will work. You know, as Commissioner Levy has asked, it'd be helpful to understand how it works. 'Cause
But just to clarify, if I'm saying that inclusionary housing doesn't work in Southport, that's not what I said, that because it's in Southport, it doesn't work. But what I've said is that I think it's very difficult for the for sale model for inclusionary housing.
So I'm confused now. You're saying it's difficult. Will it work or will it not work?
I think inclusionary housing and for sale models is very difficult.
So I still didn't get an answer to my question, but back to Commissioner Levy's question. We don't know what we're giving up here. Because it is not inclusion. What you're proposing is very compelling because of the HUE points, because of the additional units. It's a very, very attractive location, but it is not inclusionary housing, which was the intent of the zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinance had inclusionary housing, and this is not what you're proposing. There are two different objectives here. You're fulfilling another objective very well, but you're missing the objective of the ordinance by having inclusionary
Well,
housing.
again, I don't think that was the only objective of the ordinance. The part of the ordinance was to increase affordable housing supply, which is what this does. And then the other thing I'll note, I think Commissioner Braun was alluding to it, a goal in the POCD is specific to achieving a second moratorium. And this, certainly helps along that goal.
I don't want to go back and forth. But it is not inclusionary housing, what you're proposing as an alternative. It does have some very positive outcomes, but it is not inclusionary housing. And I guess what we're unclear on is your suggestion that it is difficult. I don't know what that means, because it's.
Well, I think
not-
as Commissioner Monahan was saying is that you have.
Let me finish. It is not difficult. If you're at all moderately conversant with finance, accounting, you can make this can work. I'm 100% sure it can work, but your client has been very reluctant to show us how it will work, and we don't know what we're giving up, but you're asking us to do something else. And I think you guys have been really constructive, coming up and creative. And again, I'm on the fence too. But this is not inclusionary housing, but you are dangling something in front of us that is compelling. But we need to know what we're giving up by basically not fulfilling the objective of inclusionary housing, but by getting two additional ones. What are we giving up? We need to know that specifically.
I mean, again, there's not only the common charges, but that were the issue with for sale, but special assessments, which I think would be challenging. And then we also talked about, when I had been talked about the regulation in the first place, was the challenge that if you are a unit owner in 250 Pequot and you invest in your unit, you cannot realize the gain when you go to sell your unit. So if you put $50,000, you put $25,000 into your unit, that doesn't mean you can turn and raise your price when you go to sell that unit. So, I mean, as far as you lose, I mean, what you're losing is that there are two units that are designated as affordable within this 18-unit development. But again, I think these 4 units have a lot of value to them. And that's why it's not just, I'm not going 2 for 2 over to 1427. We're going 2 to 4. We're reducing the AMI. We're making it in perpetuity. We're contributing to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. We're doing all those things to further the goal of affordable housing. Rather than just saying, these two are completely equal and, 2 for 2.
Commissioner who hasn't spoken. Ron?
Yeah, just, we're following this regulation. This regulation does not say you can't use it based on anything related to inclusionary zoning. This is a regulation we passed for exactly this type of project to allow multifamily ownership. Jim Went, our former director, told us a couple of years ago, when this regulation came up and other instances, that we don't have any ownership multifamily that was developed after affordable housing requirements came into play, okay, in our conclusionary zoning. And there's a reason why. It's just not done. It's almost impossible to do. And to say we expect them to come up with a plan for something they're not applying for, so we can see what we're missing. What are we missing? We're missing the fact that they're not going to build it and have multifamily ownership if we don't allow them to use the regulation we passed for exactly that purpose. So I think it would be a travesty if this commission keeps throwing roadblocks in the way of this applicant. What is this, 4 times at bat now? And saying, we want you to do something that we didn't require in the regulation we passed just so you could do exactly this. That makes no logical sense to me. So saying it's not inclusionary, this, that, it doesn't matter. We passed this regulation to allow multifamily to be built for ownership, okay? And to get around that requirement that you have to have the affordable on site, which would be very difficult. So it's off site, exactly what our regulation called for, to enable multifamily. So this is a more affluent multifamily location. There might be others that are not. I honestly don't know how we're going to ever have ownership multifamily going forward if we don't use this regulation that we passed for this purpose. We've been told we don't have any in town. We have two in multifamily. We have 2 units that are the result of a settlement of a court case. That's it. We don't have any that were applied for, I believe, after we had affordability required in our inclusionary zoning that are ownership. And we never will if we don't allow ourselves to use the regulation we passed for this purpose.
I'll just jump in. I want to say, look, I'm not going to go and repeat myself because I've been consistent all along about where I stand on this. I think you've, to your credit, applicants' credit, have done a great job of trying new things and a creative approach, and this certainly checks almost every box. It's a great development. I voted for it. Great location. But I think for me, again, this is the regulation allows for complete discretion. So ultimately, it's a personal choice for each commissioner, and therefore completely inaccurate to say that we passed this regulation for the reason Commissioner Braun mentioned. I respect her reasons for supporting it. Those are her reasons, and she's entitled to it. Every commissioner here has through this regulation the right to oppose or support any offer that you make. But the reason for us adopting this regulation, it's not. You cannot characterize it as we did it for the reason that Commissioner Braun said. That may be the reason that Commissioner Braun voted for it. Commissioner Levy voted on that regulation. He may have his own reason. I have my own reason. So I just want to dispel this notion that we adopted this regulation for projects like this. That's not accurate. And so every commissioner can make their decision based on whatever they want. The references to inclusionary housing that Commissioner Levy, Commissioner Randolph, and Mr. Bosch in his multiple letters, points they have made on that issue are what I've said to you all along, and why I am generally opposed to accepting any sort of agreement like this. And I voted for the regulation in case there is that unicorn of an opportunity that may be impossible, who knows? But in case something was to come along that would fulfill, check all the boxes that you've checked with this and the inclusionary goal, that the goal of inclusionary housing, I should say. If that project came along, that's something I could support, and that was why I voted for the regulation. And so as great a job as you and your client have done in checking almost every other box with this one, and I commend you for that. It hasn't gotten to that last elusive box that I need to see checked. And so, again, it's a personal decision for every commissioner, and that's my rationale on that.
Yeah, and I think, and I totally respect that, Chair. And I think, one thing I would add to that is just going back to when this regulation was passed. there was discussion about putting hard numbers on some of the standards. And I think, you know, when, and this is how, at least I interpreted how it ended up, was that would be left open to the discretion, full discretion of the commission, but wouldn't have some of those because it would allow you to conduct a balancing test and look at it. And that you, and inevitably somebody would come in and they would check 9 out of 10 boxes or 8 out of 10 boxes, but they wouldn't come to you and necessarily check 10 of 10. And you could evaluate all the factors there and decide if it was appropriate. You know, on this,
You're talking about the distance requirement that we had contemplated.
we had talked about distance, we had talked about quality unit, there was other.
And I'll just say, I think part of the reason that particular one is, it's a good example. We did consider including a hard distance requirement, and I think part of the reason we didn't was because there's no, it becomes binary then. You put 1,000-foot distance requirement, and what if there's the perfect project 1,001 feet away? And so this was at the discretion of the commission, but I think the record is clear. You can go, not challenging you.
No.
You remember this,
No.
but anyone could go back and listen to the meetings where we discussed that, and we discussed this very issue, and we talked about the discretion that this regulation allowed gave us the ability to say, okay, you know what? This is our goal, but hey, this project is 1,001 feet. Rather than putting that hard limit in there, we have that discretion. So we know what our intention is. We can exercise that discretion.
Well, and I think it allows the opportunity for what we have here, which is that somebody can come to you and say, look, I can quadruple the number of HUE points that you can get with this development, and I can increase the number of bedrooms, and we can analyze all these. I can reduce the AMI, I restrict it in perpetuity. We can look at all those things. And that's why I think with this proposal, it's, you know, we don't check all the boxes because it's not in Southport, but we have, I think, done everything we can to make this something that furthers affordable housing in the town. And so, you know, when someone might come with a different proposal, maybe me, and come and ask for units in lieu where, again, they don't check all the boxes, but maybe they're moving units to the Southport area in a type of development that's more favorable. Maybe instead of doubling the number of units, they're going, you know, 2 in the area of 1427 Kings, and they're offering 2 over in Southport and like a duplex or something like that. So I think it's, you know, case by case basis, and it's a balancing test. And I think this applicants come forward with a proposal that really seeks to, you know, it furthers the affordable housing goal in terms of creating additional affordable housing supply in a great area, new construction housing, better restrictions, you know, and again, helps achieve that goal of gaining a second moratorium.
Chair?
Yeah.
Would it be helpful if, so as you know, there are a few projects that are getting, there's one project in particular that's really close to getting its CO. It is located in Southport. Unbeknownst to the town, when that project was approved, it was an 830G, so 30% of the units were deed restricted, affordable. Now it's being purchased by a different entity, and more of those units, actually 100% of those units, will be affordable at different levels. Do you want some sort of map of where all the units are dispersed to help you kind of continue to think about this?
Yeah, so this is not an actual formal application, so we can vote or not vote this evening. So, I mean, I guess it's really a question for the commission. I know Commissioners Levy and I don't recall if you said you were on the fence. I'll come to you before we do anything. There are a couple of commissioners who are on the fence. Let's just hear Commissioner Capozzi and Commissioner Delgado haven't spoken. Let's get a little bit more of the temperature of the commission, and then we could decide if folks want to vote on this now, if they want more information, we could go from there. Commissioner Capozzi and then Delgado, then I'll revisit that question.
Thanks. I'll be brief. I think my position has been pretty consistent as well. I think given that, the town of Fairfield has never done this before, this is a limited number of units. I think it's worth taking the experiment with a small development like this to see how it goes, because until we can theorize till the cows come home, until we see something in practice and understand how it functionally works, we don't really know for sure. I think that the benefits that you've identified substantially balance against the drawbacks. Like I said, I don't think this is, like, I agree with my fellow commissioners. I don't think this is perfect, but I don't think that, like, as I said before, I don't think we should let perfect be the enemy of good. That said, I do think, Fairfield did achieve a moratorium in 2024. There were other towns in Fairfield County that were able to achieve moratoriums sooner. And my understanding, the way they did that was that they used funds available to the town to create affordable housing to push them over the edge. So again, one of the promises I made campaigning was that I would help us get to a second moratorium, because people don't like having oversized 830G developments thrust into neighborhoods that don't where they don't really fit. And I do believe that local governments should have agency over what happens in their town, full autonomy to decide. So all of that said, I do think that I personally was hoping that the contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund be higher. Commissioner Levy gave you a pretty wide range. If you look at the average price of each of the units that are for sale in Southport, they're about $2 million each. 10% of that is 200,000, 40,000. I think if you kind of come up, that might make it more appealing. Certainly would allow the town of Fairfield to have more discretion as to how it figures out where and how to develop more affordable housing units to get us closer to that moratorium.
Yeah, just Commissioner Posey, one that, because when I was here last time, we were talking about the contribution, but that was based on the 400, we were talking about 400 square feet, and that's where that kind of number was coming from. I also went and looked and see, well, can we up the amount of square footage? And so, using that scale that was devised at that meeting, it would change it to, I think it's like 7,600 to 76,000. So I said to my client, I said, oh, I think, adding square footage is good. I said, but I think this commission still wants a contribution to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So I asked him to still commit to the 40,000.
And are agreeing to, my position is that are agreeing to work with you in this way. And I fully acknowledge that you have been absolutely participating in good faith and working very hard on this. But I still believe that the benefit to Summit through our agreeing to do this is substantial. And I fully acknowledge that you've increased the square footage closer to, we could almost exactly to what would have been available on site. That said, it doesn't increase the number of HUE points. So
Right, the added square footage does not, correct.
So for me, given my read on the situation and my discretion, I would encourage you to think about, you kind of contribute a little more to the Affordable Housing Fund.
So you know what that number is? Is that I just,
I would say, for me, I would like to see $100,000 or in excess. That would be my, but again, I am not the expert that, Commissioner Randolph is. I took this position as a proud Fairfielder, to protect the town and encourage sensible development that we can all enjoy. And I think that's just my take. I think, like I said, I think looking at how other towns in Fairfield County got to moratoriums, the town itself had to step in and develop affordable units and use funds available to the town to do that. And I think if we're going to impart a substantial benefit by in this regard, I think, that should be balanced. And that's the way I everything else I think is fantastic. I just think I was hoping that there would be a little bit of a contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund.
Commissioner Delgado, excuse me.
I'll keep it brief. I mean, I think it's definitely the best proposal you've shared with us. And I appreciate, all the iterations that we've gone through, but I feel like I remember asking in a previous meeting, if we're entertaining rental, then, why haven't we seen the opportunity for the owner to, self-manage these, potential 2 units as a rental property?
Oh, the meeting went on site.
On site at 250 people. So like, that's not something we've seen, and I'd be curious as to why that's not possible. Because it seemed like a lot of the issues would be less of a factor if you maintained ownership of the properties, of the 2 units. So I'd just be curious whether there was any conversation about that, if there's any reasons why it wouldn't work, but it seemed like that would settle some of these issues since we were now venturing into a rental territory, whereas before we were focused on trying to provide homeownership opportunity.
I'd have to look at the affordability plan for 250 people, and if it had provided for rental, I have a mixed for sale and rental at 250 Pequot. Yeah, I mean, I would have to look at that. But again, I think this is an opportunity that's there to, again, further these goals that I've been discussing. And I don't think it's, and I don't know if Commissioner Randolph, Commissioner Levy, this goes more to your point, but that this is just saying like, affordable housing won't work at all in Southport, or that affordable housing under all circumstances won't work in for sale necessarily. But I do think there's challenges with this particular development. I do think there are challenges inherent in for sale that make this proposal, I think, a viable alternative. And again, I could be back to you at some point in the future and maybe there's a 2-family or something like that in Southport, and somebody from another location is talking about putting in there. And so, but on this particular proposal, I think this is a fair offer and to try to, again, still further the goals of the town for affordable housing.
Commissioner Braun, before I go back to you again, just one real quick. Who has their mind made up one way or the other on this? Just Commissioner Monahan, no one else? I mean, I do.
Commissioner Braun.
Commissioner Braun, you too.
My mind is made up.
Commissioner Bodie.
I mean, I would like to see if they can increase the affordable housing, but
Maybe a better question, whose mind is not made up?
On the fence still.
Still on the fence, okay, so you on the fence. And what are you waiting on a particular piece of information, or are you just?
I would like to
thinking it over?
see, I don't see any difficulty with the for sale model. All it requires is drafting the appropriate documents. And I'd like to see a proposal as to that being done before I'd consider, so that I can weigh the 2 proposals. I mean, with the sale units, of course, you would need to restrict the common charges for 40 years. But then at that point, it would later revert, or actually the last owner might have a certain benefit, but
Well, they would get the release of the affordable restriction. So just because the existing affordable housing plan is, in accordance with the statute. So
and
we
the
just want a
statute,
revision to it.
well, the statute provides that common charges are a factor to be taken into account in setting the
In setting the sales price.
and setting the sales price. And depending on what your common charges are, and you'd have to fairly represent them, my guess is 600 is on the light side. That more likely you're talking 1,500 to 2,000. Isn't that correct?
I mean, it's going to be a lot. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
going to be significant.
Which means
I don't know.
basically, if you were to factor that into the affordable calculation, you would have to charge 0 for these units because there'd be nothing left for a mortgage,
Right.
right? Which is sort of the problem you have, but it's not our problem. You're committed to providing 2 units. So my suggestion is come up with a solution that works for providing for affordable units on a, for sale basis on Pequot Avenue.
Okay, just to be able to review it.
To review it, then I'll ultimately decide on the pros and cons between that or, having more rental units offsite. To actually evaluate what would be the pros and cons for any potential, purchaser of these affordable units. And, personally, my guess is considering the nature of these units, they're not likely to want to invest 25 to 50,000 in them because they're not going to need to, right? So.
All right, I mean.
Whatever. I'll leave it at
We can
that.
keep going on that.
Yeah. Randolph.
Yeah, I'll summarize this. It basically, you said it's hard. What you do right now is hard. What we do right now is hard. So let's just not say things are hard. But please just do the math. We need to see what the alternatives are. You're proposing something that's compelling. You've done the work. I think that the request to have some additional funding to come into the housing fund is something else we would, that could put me over. But right now, I don't know what we're giving up. Your client has committed to providing 2 affordable housing units in Southport as a condition of approval. And now I think the word was, I think Commissioner Braun said, it's a good way to, notes here. It's a good way to get around it, is what she said. And I think that's a correct characterization. What your alternative is getting around, putting inclusionary units. So I'd like to make sure see what we're getting around. So to see what the costs are, what the actual cost would be to tenants.
Let me just try to summarize. It sounds like we folks want to see what the affordability plan would be if you do move forward with the 2 on-site affordable units. The currently required ownership model, the Commissioner Delgado's request to hear some sort of response on whether you've considered and or would consider the on-site units as rentals, and Commissioner Capozzi's request to increase the contribution. And then I see Commissioner Monahan and Commissioner Braun as well have their hands up.
I'll just say,
And
if-
Hang on, let me. Go ahead, Commissioner Monahan.
Another very expensive part of owning in a building like this is also insurance. So, the person who's buying this unit also needs to be able to insure it. So that's also another significant cost that I hope you'll add into your spreadsheet. Because ownership and maintaining ownership in one of these buildings is incredibly expensive. And I believe that what we're asking someone to take on in terms of costs, et cetera, could be really excessive. So while it may sound very lovely and enticing to live in a lovely building in Southport Harbor, as 99.9% of the town would love to do, I think the costs, we're asking the other residents to take on all of those costs for those affordable units, which I don't think is fair.
Commissioner Braun, anything else you're looking for? Any other info you're looking for?
I was just doing a little math. So the gym membership at $80 times 4 units is $320 times 12 months is $38.40 a year times 10 years is around 38,000. That's my math without using a calculator. Around 38,400 a year, I believe, for the gym memberships.
it's
And then,
32.50 for the whole thing.
Yeah,
pardon me?
yeah, sorry, Commissioner Braun, the $80 is for annual membership.
Oh, that's annual? Okay, never mind that. Okay, whatever. Let's get back to the other math then is for the what the other unit owners would have to pay if you wanted to go down and ask them to do an analysis of something they're not applying for, which I don't think makes sense. But if you're talking about, like, say, $2,000 a month on common charges, not counting potential assessments, which will probably happen very frequently. You have assessments for large ticket items, capital improvements and repairs. But so $2,000 a month per the 2 units there. That's $4,000 a month times 12 is $48,000 a year that the other unit owners would have to subsidize. So the 16 other unit owners would have to subsidize that. I think that ends up being around $2,500 a year for the other 16 unit owners to pay on top of their regular common charges, not to mention assessments. You'd have to do the same analysis with whatever the assessment is. I don't think you could charge, because assessments are not factored into the budget annually, or, you know, in your cost of living, which you have to keep it, the housing costs, you have to keep down to X level to qualify for these HUE points, okay, which is why we're doing this. Then any assessment, I assume the other 16 unit owners would have to pay 100% of. I think that's my initial thought. That could be a lot more than just $2,500 a year. And so to me, it makes no sense to ask this applicant to do something that he's not planning on doing. I don't think we're losing anything. I think what we're doing is carrying out the intent that Attorney Russo is the one, I think, that put forth this text amendment for our regulations to allow something like this to happen. So I would rather actually see if Attorney Russo could go back to his client and say, can you do more than the $40,000 contribution? Can you get, would 100,000 plus the gym membership help the other commissioners approve this? It doesn't make sense to me to ask them to ask other unit owners to sign on to something where they're subsidizing 2 units, not just for common charges, but for anything else that could happen. I would rather see a set amount be kicked in on day one. That ends it then.
Okay.
And how high can you go, and how high would we accept?
You clear on what you need?
Clear on what we need. The only thing, because I know you want to move on, when I say hard in ascertaining, there's a certain just unlimited unknowns, I feel like, with owning a unit like this. And I know I mentioned this before, sub-zero refrigerator, and it breaks and it's in your unit. The other unit owners aren't responsible for paying for that and fixing that.
So your client, I'm sure, has some way of calculating things. I think we understand your point that
Right.
math is more
Right.
complicated than it's
Than
not.
just, common charges and that's it.
But you have, it sounds like a split commission that is a mixed opinion, and you've heard the questions folks want answered to potentially support this. So I think next meeting is a planning meeting. So August 11th, I believe, is the next opportunity. So hopefully that gives time to crunch some numbers and put.
If something came up in the affordable housing, I would support it tonight, just to answer Tom's question.
Yeah, it's not my money, so I don't know about that.
No, I'm just.
I gotta go.
That would be good.
All right, so we'll revisit this August 11th.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay. Next is 140 Bronson Road, a request by Garden Homes Management for 100% release of bond requirement based on satisfactory review of improvements by the engineering department.
Nothing to add. The engineering department, Anthony Santiago from our engineering department reviewed the requirements that are covered by the bond and is satisfied with those improvements.
Have a motion on the item, please. Commissioner Randolph. Commissioner Randolph moves to approve. Do I have a second? Commissioner Capozzi seconds. Any comment? Randolph?
I rely on the advice of the engineering.
Capozzi.
Nothing further.
Commissioner Monahan. You're on mute, Commissioner.
Maintenance of the property and the exterior, something that's considered for this release?
No, the bond release for this project has to do mostly with items that either affect the public right of way or are located within the public right of way, such as curbs, aprons, sidewalk, on-site detention, which if not installed has impact to the town stormwater system. Street trees, for example, if that was required as part of the project. So it's those items that have to be covered by the bond.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Braun.
How many units is this, and how many affordable units? And when will they get a C of O after this?
This is 91 units and it's being bought by the developer who constructed it is selling it to a nonprofit who has not started leasing the units until they close on that. But our understanding is it will be a 100% affordable project.
And how close are you to the certificate of occupancy?
Very close.
Thank you.
Come on in.
It looks terrible outside. I don't believe they're maintaining it. I think it's an eyesore and something should be done about it before it's given a C of O. So if they're not
More specific?
maintaining it aesthetically now, it looks completely overgrown. You know, when you drive by and pull in, it doesn't look like it's being maintained. So several people have also mentioned that to me. And so I just think that that should be something that we look at to say, are you caring for the property? Are you taking care of it? Especially if it's going to transfer, ownership, and they're selling it to a nonprofit. So I think it should be something that is, maintained, that other residents can also drive by to say, aesthetically,
Specifically
more
the
pleasing to look
landscaping is
at.
what you're saying?
Yeah, specifically the landscaping. I mean, who's to say that, it's landscaping now and it could be something else down the road. So it should look better than it does right now. I encourage all of you to drive by it.
Any other comments? All those in favor of the motion to approve the release of the bond, please raise your hand. Opposed?
Abstain.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes 6-0 with 1 abstention. Next, we have applications to recommend to public hearing. I'll call them together, but read them separately, and a lot of people tonight, just FYI, these are items, we're not hearing them tonight. Public hearings are required for these items where this is simply a formality where we recommend them and then they get scheduled for public hearings. We have 2131 Black Rock Turnpike and 414 Stilson Road. Special exception application of attorney John Fallon on behalf of contract purchasers Still Rock LLC to demolish 2 existing 1-story mixed tenant commercial buildings and replace with 2 3-story mixed tenant commercial buildings, each approximately 25,000 square feet. Site plan modifications in a design business district zone. A zoning regulation amendment application of attorney John Fallon on behalf of Still Rock LLC to modify section 65.1A.1 of the design business district zone regulations to permit a 25-foot setback from the property line when a public plaza or pedestrian amenity space is provided in addition to more additional setbacks where corner plazas are provided, and a zone change request application of attorney Brian Leclerc on behalf of David and Erica Becker to rezone an existing parcel with a single-family residence located at 164 Tainter Drive within 3 zoning districts for design commercial district, Residence A and Residence R3 zone to residential A zone only. May I please have a motion on these items? Commissioner Randolph.
I'll move to recommend a public hearing.
Commissioner Randolph moves to recommend to public hearing. Do I have a second? Commissioner Levy seconds. Anything further? Commissioner Monahan.
So, the unit at Dolan's Corner, that's gonna be a completely new application? Is that correct?
Well, it's a new application. The previous, I don't know if you're referring to the pre-app we heard, which wasn't the formal application.
Right, and the WPCA testimony was very explicit kind of on this, that it was kind of an adaptive reuse, right? So now it's going to be 2 demolished buildings and 2 brand new buildings that are 3 stories. So we're scaling this one up. So this is going to be a larger, bigger development than was discussed in the past. Is that accurate? I just want to make sure I know what is coming down the pike.
If it's a different development than the pre-app that we heard?
Yeah, I mean, the March 10th record describes modest additions and 2-story floors above. And this is now 2 stories on adaptive reuse. It's a full 3-story new construction building. So I just want to make sure I understand, like, this is a whole new application we're going to be hearing on this property. Is that accurate?
It's the first application, and the applicant, when we have a public hearing, will present what the plan is to us. Yeah, yes, we haven't had an application before, so yes, this is a new application.
So when they went before the WPCA for, a pre-hearing, they're going to have to go in front of them again after they come in front of us. Is that correct?
I don't know what, I mean, through you,
It's a
Mr.
different
Chair.
plan.
Go ahead,
It's,
Director.
it's a different agency that has different rules and requirements that apply to them. I don't know what the status is, like if this was, you know, in one of the buildings, they're keeping the foundations, for example. I don't know whether under WPCA rules, whether that's an adaptive reuse of us. I don't know what dictates their review thresholds. So unfortunately, I can't answer that for you.
Okay,
But it's not within our zoning regulation purview.
okay, because it sounds like these are now two completely new buildings with foundations demolished. So I just want to make sure I understand what's coming down the pipe, but I guess we'll just wait for the hearing.
Correct. Commissioner Braun.
Is it, just piggybacking on that, is this site plan that now must have been submitted, is that a lot different from the pre-application concept review we looked at a couple months ago?
No,
That's from-
it's generally similar.
And the height, I remember asking a specific question about the height.
Commissioner Braun, I'm sorry,
Get a motion on the table.
we have, we're not going to start the discussion of the applications when we're just recommending the public hearing. It wouldn't be appropriate right now. So we'll review them when the applicant comes to present them.
Can I just ask a procedural question then, a request of our staff that code review minutes be included, posted, early on, not later on, and if there's any wetlands permits that also be posted so we can take the time to review them. As well as any input from engineering or anybody else.
Commissioner Randall.
Yeah, a point of order. I recommended new applications for public hearing, and we're talking about something that's not related to those. So can I redirect the conversation to new applications, recommend for public hearings, items A, B, and C, and we can vote on that?
Yeah, we can. Okay. All those in favor of the motion to recommend these items to public hearing, please raise your hand. Say aye. The motion passes unanimously. Next, we have one coastal site plan application for 1427 Fairfield Beach Road, an application of Randall Paulson for a coastal site plan review for the construction of an addition connecting the primary structure to an existing garage with construction costs that fall below the substantial improvement threshold for FEMA compliant construction in a beach district zone. Mr. Mullen.
Take me to read by.
Yes, please.
So good evening, members of the commission. My name's Jonathan Mullen, Assistant Planning Director of Town of Fairfield. Before you, this is a coastal area management site plan review for 1427 Fairfield Beach Road. Subject parcel is located at 1427 Fairfield Beach Road in the Beach Zoning District. According to the applicant's survey, the gross area of the parcel is approximately 11,191 square feet, with 847 square feet of located waterward of the coastal jurisdiction line, leaving a net buildable area of 10,344 square feet. The parcel is located on the south side of Fairfield Beach Road and is bounded by residential parcels on the north, east, and west sides of Long Island Sound to the south. The lot contains a two-story, non-FEMA compliant, three-bedroom, single-family residence with a detached garage located to the north and a bluestone patio. There's a 25-foot wide curb cut leading to a gravel driveway / parking area north of the garage that occupies the majority of the front portion of the lot on Fairfield Beach Road. Bluestone walkway runs south of the driveway, parking area to the rear of the garage, and the front entrance to the house. So the parcel is located approximately 101 feet to the nearest tidal wetland to the north, and the parcel directly abuts Long Island Sound to the south. The entire site is located in the VE 15 zone, which requires 1 foot of extra compliance known as freeboard. The current proposal is to construct a FEMA compliant addition to connect the detached garage to the house, and then add a second floor with living space above the garage. The applicant has submitted a substantial improvement calculation stating that the cost of the proposed improvements is less than 50% of the appraised value of the structure. Town staff has reviewed this calculation and determined to be accurate. The applicant proposes no subsurface stormwater management system for this addition. A portion of the bluestone walkway at the northeast corner of the garage will be removed, resulting in a net reduction of impervious surface on the site. Soil erosion and sediment controls are required for development of this parcel to limit any construction-related impacts to the adjacent roadways. Plans show perimeter silt fencing, and silt fencing is around the construction stockpile area, which is located at the northeast corner of the site, as well as an anti-tracking pad onto Fairfield Beach Road. Erosion protection and sedimentation controls shall be maintained on the project site until the construction is completed. These measures should adequately protect all adjacent coastal resources. So the staff has the following findings. Number one, the entire site is located in the VE 15 flood zone. Number two, the applicant is proposing to construct a non-FEMA compliant addition. Number three, the applicant has submitted a substantial improvement calculation stating that the cost of the proposed improvements is less than 50% of the appraised value of the structure. Number four, town staff has reviewed this calculation and determined it to be accurate. Town of Fairfield Planning Department has reviewed the proposal and provided conditions of approval. That would be number five. Number six, the State of Department of Energy and Environmental Protection has reviewed the proposal and provided a letter dated July 14th, 2026 with comments and recommendations. Number seven, if all provided recommendations or conditions are followed, the proposal is consistent with the Connecticut Coastal Management Act and will not adversely impact coastal resources. So with that, the planning staff recommends approval with the following condition. Number one, that soil erosion and sediment controls shall be installed and maintained during the entirety of the construction project at the subject site.
I'll ask for a motion on the item, and just a reminder, if you choose to move to approve, please indicate that you move to approve and adopt the findings and conditions articulated by staff. Commissioner Braun.
Move to approve with the conditions set forth in the staff recommendation. And any other, I would add to that, any other recommendations that might be in the DEP letter? I don't have it in front of me. Is that the only recommendation in the DEP letter, Mr. Mullins?
I'm just reading the letter, scanning.
I
it.
actually didn't see that in the letter.
While he's reading that,
And another one, in years past, the DEP has said, if we're going to approve adding units to the flood zone, the coastal area, we should add a condition that they are not allowed in the future to build revetments or seawalls to protect their property in the event of sea level rise related inundation. And I would like to add that as a condition of approval as well. It seems like the DEP did not like this project because the existing structure is not FEMA compliant. And I was going to actually ask Mr. Mullen that, but those would be my conditions, that anything DEP recommended in addition to what the staff recommends, and also that we do not allow in the future any construction of revetments or seawalls to prevent inundation of the property of the new construction.
So they didn't necessarily, to Commissioner Braun's question, the CTDEP letter doesn't offer specific recommendations, but it does state in the last paragraph that, I'll read the paragraph, paragraph 2.3. It says section 22A 92B2F of the Connecticut Coastal Management Act requires that the commission manage the coastal hazard areas so as to ensure development proceeds in such a manner that hazards to life and property are minimized. Accordingly, the commission must determine whether allowing expansion of a non-conforming or non-FEMA compliant structure while also increasing the residential density constitutes an increased hazard to life and property, or if it is a marginal increase given the already developed nature of the surrounding area. So there, to summarize, they were saying the commission needs to weigh the fact that it's either we're adding another bedroom over the garage versus what hazards that may cause And given that it's in a VE 15 flood zone, or is it a marginal increase considering the fact that Fairfield, the whole of Fairfield Beach Road is very highly developed? And that's
Yeah, and
decide.
I don't consider that a large increase in population density, but I did have a question. I thought I saw in two places in one of the documents, I don't know if it was the staff review or the DEP letter, or maybe the application for the coastal site plan review. I saw in one place that there's a decrease in impervious surface and another place that there's a less than 500 square foot increase in impervious surface. Did I read that wrong? Or is there an increase or a decrease in impervious surface?
There's a decrease. They're removing impervious surfaces, so there'll be a net decrease.
So that's a good. And do you have a concern about the future construction of seawalls or revetments? Should we get a second on this first to have discussion?
I was gonna say, let's just,
Yeah.
let me just restate
'Cause I have
the,
a few more questions.
let me just restate the motion and get a
Okay.
second. So Commissioner Braun moves to approve and to adopt the findings articulated by staff, as well as the conditions articulated by staff, and Deep's recommended prohibition on the future construction of seawalls and revetments. Is that, do we have, I guess, language?
But that's not Deep's recommendation for this app. They've said that in prior apps, like a couple years ago. So I would like to incorporate that into this and get Mr. Mullins. It's not in their letter this time, but I wanted to.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Emmeline Harrigan, Planning Director for the record. It's embedded in state statute as well. We have had letters in the past where DEP has asked to directly restate that. It's really up to the commission, but it does exist within state statute now. That, you know, for a building that is newer than, you know, a certain date within statute, that seawalls and flood erosion protection control structures are prohibited. So it's up to you. You can certainly add it if you'd like to. I don't think it's harmful. It just probably restates state statute.
So is that, are you good with the motion as stated, Commissioner Braun?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, do I have a second on that? Commissioner Kaposi seconds. Back to you, Commissioner Braun.
So another question, I have a couple more just quick questions that I would ask in any sort of coastal project. This is not a big project, obviously, and it's in a highly densely developed area already. The increase in bedrooms would be 2 from where they are now?
They're adding a bedroom above the first floor, above the garage.
Just so it's one increase of 1 bedroom?
Yes.
And is there any concern over parking associated with that bedroom? Is there adequate parking?
I'm not aware of an increase of need for an increase in parking for that, for,
Okay. And
actually, you know, now that I'm looking at it, it is 2 bedrooms. I apologize.
2 bedrooms are being added? And FEMA compliance, the structure now is not FEMA compliant, but the new one they're adding will be?
They are adding portions of it to be, I believe there are some flood vents associated with the new building, but it doesn't have to, because it's less than 50% of the assessed value, appraised value of the structure. They are not required to be FEMA compliant.
But will it be FEMA compliant?
Partially, but not
Okay.
fully.
You mean like the corridor or the connection between the house and the garage? That's the portion that they'll put some FEMA compliant type construction in?
Pull up the,
Because they're building the units on top of the garage, right? The garage already exists.
yes.
And how far is this from the nearest tidal wetland? I couldn't really catch what you said.
It is 101, approximately 101 feet to the south of the closest tidal wetland across Fairfield Beach Road to the north.
That's great. And is this close to any marsh? Is this on the coast or is this in the back part near a marsh? Is this close?
It's on the south side of Fairfield Beach Road, which abuts
So-
Long Island Sound, so I would say that's
So there's
coastal.
no marsh restoration going on there. Okay.
No.
That makes me more comfortable. It's 100 feet away from any wetland. And that's generally what the experts seem to say. We should try to have 100 feet from a tidal wetland. So I think I'm satisfied with your answers and those conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner Capozzi.
Nothing further.
Any other comments or questions from the commission? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to approve with the conditions as stated and adopting the findings as articulated by Mr. Mullen, please raise your hand or say aye. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Mr. Mullen. Next, we'll move on to old business. First, a zoning regulation amendment and application of Russo and Rizzio LLC on behalf of True U Design and Development LLC to add section 10.3.d Transit Community Middle Housing in the Designed Residence District overlay. The proposed regulation would permit up to 9 units on residential lots, a minimum of 1 acre in the limited area between Interstate 95 and the Metro North Railroad per Public Act 25. By summary review, it's that should state as of right, and with the provision of housing unit equivalency points for all units without the requirement for collector road access per section 10.7. Can I please have a motion on this item? Commissioner Randolph.
I move to reject.
Commissioner Randolph moves to deny the application.
Move to deny. Yep.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Capozzi seconds. Commissioner Randolph.
I'm a very strong advocate of missing middle housing. I think it's something that we in Fairfield really need. It will allow us, it's the type of housing unit that will allow us to grow as a community, fit in the neighborhood. And this proposal has adopted the term missing middle housing, but has not adopted the intent or any of the plan of conservation development design principles. The zone does not comply with any pattern of development in town. It was written in a way that assumed the town was a prairie. You know, if there was no development between the highway and the train tracks, this application would have some merit, but there's an existing community in this area that's well established, and putting a blanket zone, overlay zone in here it's not sound planning. There's no basis in planning that's consistent with the POCD. Planners call it the transect, and the transect is, you know, big buildings down to the countryside. That's how most places grow. This does not support the transect. It does not comply with the transect. It's ill-conceived and seems to be opportunistically constructed to benefit a single property, which was never mentioned. It does talk about HUE points, which are important, but we shouldn't just blindly chase HUE points. It's not the objective. Our objective is to expand housing, but it's for the orderly development of the community. And this is not an expansion we ever contemplated or suggested in any of our documents. I think that there are it cherry picks some of the items out of the POCD, but does not coherently present an argument for the logical growth of the town. I think the criteria for passing this is not met. It doesn't meet the POCD. There's been no study of the traffic impact. I don't think it would have a traffic impact study, by the way, but there's been no evidence presented to the case. But it's just not, it's a presentation that does not, was not thoughtfully presented. It does not have consistency with the growth of town and does not contribute to.
Thank you, Commissioner Capozzi.
I agree with everything that Commissioner Randolph said. I just don't think the juice is worth the squeeze here at all. I think it changes. Sure, I'm paraphrasing what Commissioner Randolph said in a far less eloquent way, but I think it changes the nature and character of too many areas of town, and without a really valid and justified upside. And I also don't, like as Commissioner Randolph said, I don't believe this is in keeping with the plan of conservation and development that was passed by this commission this year. So for those reasons, I vote to deny this.
Thank you, commissioners. I agree with everything that you stated. I also think it's important that, we're mischaracterizing in, what is allowed and not allowed under the Housing Act 25-1. I think it's important also when we're talking about summary review, and by right, we're very specific in terms of what we're citing and to whom we're citing it. And I think that, we received a lot of feedback on this topic. It's been going on for several months. It's caused a lot of anxiety for a lot of homeowners in certain areas, kind of wondering kind of where we as a commission were gonna kind of come out on this. So I'm glad to hear the first two commissioners are objecting to it. I am as well. I'm afraid of all of the density kind of that's happening downtown. The traffic has become, outrageous. And as you can see, we have more and more developments being proposed, every month. So I think it's important that when someone comes forth with a proposal, that it is in keeping with neighborhoods and kind of the fabric of our town. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Braun.
I agree with the prior three commissioners, and just a real quick run through of the criteria we use. Is the proposal consistent with the POCD, the 10-year Plan of Conservation and Development? It is not. Anything in there that talks about adding housing in the housing section does not talk about adding this level of density, especially as of right or even summary review, to that. I think he said it was a 39,000 foot long stretch of land between Metro North and I-95 from Bridgeport to Westport. So it does not go along with our POCD. We never discussed doing anything like that, and we did not put it in there. It also could have been, if we really wanted to do it to carry out our goal of middle housing, we could have done it when we passed various regulations since then, which we didn't do, or before then, because we were talking about the POCD for many years. The second one is, does time, experience, and responsible planning for contemporary future conditions reasonably indicate the need for the proposed amendment? No, it does not, because first of all, there's a congestion issue. In the letters we've gotten talk about congestion. There's a bottleneck. There's Metro North. You can't expand the roads that go underneath Metro North. And on the other side, you have I-95 with a few exits. There is a backup frequently along that stretch heading to or from the Post Road at various times of day. It could be rush hour, it could be school, getting out. So there's a congestion issue. And that it's not good planning to pass something like this, not knowing how it could impact it. And I know the argument is, well, when people come in to try to get the DRD designation, you could do it then. But I think right now, when we're talking about allowing this, we should have a more cumulative global look at it to understand the effect, not just of one parcel that's seeking approval of a zone change with a site plan in mind. And sometimes they don't even have a site plan, it's a concept plan. So this is not good planning. We need to understand the cumulative effect of wanting this. By approving this, we would say we want this. And we don't know what the impact could be on that. There were comments in there. Just sort of backing up a little bit. There's still confusion over whether this is an as of right or a summary review. The actual proposed regulation is as of right. It's not summary review. Our agenda somehow keeps saying it's summary review. There's a difference, and the difference is summary review at least allows it to come to us, but not allow a public hearing, and we would not be allowed to have any discretion, which would normally be allowed. So the change in our current regulation to what this would allow would be as of right, meaning it doesn't even come to us. It just gets reviewed by the staff. So I don't even believe we would see it. Summary review, we would see it, but we would not be able to hold a public hearing. Either way, not adequate. When the current regulation requires a special permit, that allows us to put conditions of approval on, to look at unique characteristics of the project in context with the location. And also the current regulation requires that it be on a collector road for this type of multifamily development. And that is being negated by this proposed amendment. So for all those reasons, it does not pass the good planning test. The third criteria is, has it been demonstrated that it's warranted and will serve the general health, welfare, and safety of the town? Clearly not, because of congestion. Also, this whole stretch could be subject to sea level rise and inundation. We really need to get that information before we start passing broad-based regulations that could affect this broad swath of land. I've seen inundation maps that show we could have sea level rise reaching portions of Metro North at some point. And we need to understand that first. We also need to understand demographics. We need to know where the population is going. From everything I've read, the population is not increasing. Do we need this? You know, do we certainly need this here? So we need to do a little more data and researching before we would pass a regulation like this. And does the proposed amendment promote a level of development that would serve to protect property values in the neighborhood and enhance the community and accomplish a transition in character between areas of unlike character? I do not believe it does. I think it would be inserting nineplexes right in the middle of residential areas, which are single family homes. That's not a transition, that's an invasion. I do not see that that would protect property values for that same exact reason. And the prior commissioners have stated more details about that. And number 5, the proposed amendment permit a level of development that would increase undue traffic congestion? As I pointed out, yes, it would. So for all those reasons, it cannot be approved. And I totally support the prior 3 commissioners who stated that.
Thank you. Anything? Nothing.
I agree. I just
Commissioner Delgado.
think that generally in alignment with the rest of the commissioners, I think we're trying to be intentional about the zoning amendments that we're proposing and passing as a commission. This doesn't align with the work that we're trying to do, and so, you know, I'm not for it.
And
Hang on 1 second, Commissioner Braun. Do you have anything? Yes.
No, I said.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Commissioner Braun.
just 2 other points I forgot to mention on the backside of my page. I'm on vacation. I'm actually leaving after this, just to let you know. But the affordable housing, they claim this will help, but in actuality, what this would do is promote not affordable housing, because the 25-1 law, which is being used to promote this regulation change, basically gives a quarter of a point for market rate units. So arguably you wouldn't need affordable units here, depending on the size of the project. And we should not be incentivizing non-affordable. We need more affordable, not more non-affordable multifamily. And the second thing is 25-1 in a later section under section 16, which is the section that they're relying on, we would not be allowed to change this regulation because that could adversely impact our moratorium. It could either kick us out of the moratorium or prevent us from getting another one. But that needs to be researched and advised. We need advice from the town attorney on that as well. I believe it would cause, there's a penalty if we try to change this regulation once we pass it and we're either in a moratorium or applying for a moratorium. So those are 2 more reasons not to approve this.
Thank you. I also oppose this. I certainly support adding more people housing. I think the fact that you have, there are a few commissioners, a few members of this commission who are in favor of adding more middle housing. And I think the fact that there seems to be consensus that against this proposal is evidence that it was poorly conceived. If we are going to be adding middle housing, we should be doing it in a more thoughtful way. The sort of the parameters of this district or the boundaries where this would be allowed are sort of arbitrary, and it seemed the applicant began with the project and tried to come up with some justification for it after. Sometimes that can work, but in this case, I think it's arbitrary rather than rooted in sound planning. I think there are better ways to do it, and the fact that we have articulated in our POCD that a desire to look for ways to add middle housing means that it is something we have in mind and should pursue that in a way that is more thoughtful and proactive, and not just accept this because it was given to us. So I'll also oppose it. Anything else?
Nothing further.
Okay. Anything else from the commission? Okay. All those in favor of the motion to deny the application, please raise your hand or say aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We will now go to our public hearings, beginning with 166 and 172 Pine Creek Avenue. The special exception and coastal site plan application of Kevin and Natalia Coiner for an addition to an existing single-family structure with retrofits for FEMA compliance on a lot with 2 legal pre-existing dwelling units in a beach district zone. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, staff, and public. For the record, my name is Kevin Crusaden. My office is at 243 Broad Street, Milford. Representing the applicants this evening who are here with me. Also here with me is Robert Wee, professional engineer, and Devin Santa, also a professional engineer for a different purpose. The project architect is also present. This application comes to you as a coastal site plan and special exception. We're asking for approval of this project subject to reasonable conditions, if any. It implements the Fairfield zoning regulations and the Connecticut Coastal Area Management Act. The proposal elevates and improves the existing structure at 166 Pine Creek Avenue. Does not add any dwelling units. It's elevating the existing structure with an addition, and preserves rather than increases the historic residential configuration. The town's February 21st, 2025 assessor field card for map 238 parcel 35 identifies 2 separate residential buildings on this property. The address is 166, 172 Pine Creek Avenue, with construction years of 1926 and 1904. The town zoning enforcement officer has further stated on the record previously that the cottage was in place before the 1989 beach district regulations was finished and was used as a dwelling unit. And that's important for the special exception application that we're here tonight for the use, to continue the use as 2 dwelling units on this property in this beach district neighborhood. The applicants this is a case that has come to this commission as a result of a decision by Judge Radcliffe. The applicants are reserving all rights regarding the proper interpretation of Section 4 and any available appellate rights, just for the record. We respectfully maintain that elevating and improving an existing structure is material different from erecting a new replacement structure. We agree with Matt Decker, the zoning enforcement officer's prior position that a special exception was not required. The judge disagreed with us, and so respectfully, here we are with the commission. And as a result of that, Ms. Harrigan had made the decision that we should also have a coastal site plan application just to make sure everything was buttoned up properly. You probably know the statutes have changed recently, that every property now is required on the work in the waterfront is required to have a coastal site plan application. So we filed that as well. Without waiving our positions on it, the applicants submit that the present application satisfies all applicable special exception beach district, floodplain, FEMA, and coastal standards. Further, your POCD supports the application's core objective, which is adapting existing coastal residential development to a known flood and storm risk environment. The plan, POCD, specifically identifies Pine Creek as an area subject to erosion and frequent coastal flooding, and it identifies elevating structures as a tangible adaptation measure that reduces future damage. The application does not increase density or add a dwelling unit, so it's consistent with the POCD's resilience, coastal resource, and beach district objectives. It's also consistent with the FEMA NFIP program and your zoning regulations, which the goal is to have all structures that are located in flood hazard zones be elevated to the proper flood level. And that supports the town's objectives with the NFIP program as well. In this capacity, the commission acts administratively. Your review is limited to whether the application complies with the applicable zoning standards, and for coastal review, whether there's any impact to coastal resources. And that's with respect to the coastal site plan application. And the commission may apply Fairfield's objective beach district standards including height, coverage, setbacks, flood elevation, access, parking, drainage, and the section 4.5 unit count limitation, which is when you probably know from prior to 1989, or the town had decided to enact the beach district regulation and make all of the lots in the beach district conforming lots. And it also, which is what is now section 4, allowed properties that had existing dwelling units at that time to maintain those dwelling units. And if you were going to replace one of those dwelling units, you needed to come before this commission for a special exception, which is why we're here. The commission respectfully may not deny or condition the application based on an unarticulated aesthetic preference, a generalized conception of neighborhood character, or an abutter's preferred view. And that, I go back to Connecticut statutes 8-2, and really the case that would be controlling for this commission, if you're familiar with it, is Castelli versus Planning and Zoning Commission of the town at Fairfield, which discusses those issues and makes those determinations as part of a decision. I think it was Judge O'Hanlon at the Hartford Land Use Court. The coastal review, as I understand the posture and speaking with your planning director, proceeds from the current site conditions forward. It's not a retrospective re-review of improvements constructed under prior approvals and permits. Any condition imposed through coastal review must mitigate an identified coastal impact. This is obviously not a vehicle to resolve private disputes or obtain unrelated concessions. I believe Attorney Green is here with his clients, the abutting neighbors. I know that he has filed some things with the commission concerning appraised values or impaired views, because one of the criteria in your zoning regulations for this district and for a special exception for this purpose is impaired value. But that contradicts the well-stated Connecticut law that nobody has a right to a private view. There's no view rights. A private view across a neighboring parcel is not without more a protected coastal resource. So that doesn't really come into play with the coastal area site plan application. I understand that I'm doing this proactively and try to save time for the commission to bring these up at this point in time, because I believe they'll come into play if Attorney Green speaks this evening. There is a letter from a real estate broker, last name Picarello, and I believe also an appraiser, last name Enhofer. Those letters do not establish impairment of adjacent property value under section 32. There's no before and after value, quantified loss, comparable sales, paired sales analysis, market research analysis, adjustment, grid, or explained valuation methodology. They just express opinions. Actually, I think some of it actually supports that the view is still amazing. Some of the photographs that are included with those opinion letters show that there remains an amazing view. Also, there's no any reference to a private easement or a deed restriction or restrictive covenant is respectfully not the purview of this agency. And just a little bit of background, because I'm sure you'll hear about it if you are not aware about it already. The Coiners originally received a over-the-counter, people call it the over-the-counter permit from Mr. Decker to elevate this and put an addition on this existing structure without having to come to your commission. And it was his position that that was his interpretation, since they were not replacing and they were elevating the existing structure, that this commission's review was not necessary. And so they proceeded with the work at that point in time, and they understood that they proceeded with that work at their own risk, and they understood that the risk would be that they could potentially lose the second dwelling unit if the special exception was not approved. When the judge's decision came down, I think it was July 2nd, we had talked about a voluntary stop work. They were in the middle of putting windows in and having roof shingles attached to the house or installed. And they wanted to continue that work. There was an impromptu status conference with Judge Radcliffe at that point, who decided that his order was actually a stop work order rather than a judgment about, which his judgment was essentially, you need to go get a special exception application. You need to go to get a special exception approval. At that point in time, I think that was July 7th, the Coiners did stop work and they have since put tarps on the property, on the structure to try to protect it from waste and water intrusion. And we know we've had a couple of major storms the past couple of days, past week or so. So respectfully, the commission should decide this application under the standards in the zoning regulations. And we believe it meets all of those special exception requirements. I would like to briefly have Mr. Wee-Way, or excuse me, Mr. Santa, speak to impacts to coastal resources, followed by Mr. Wee-Way, who would speak to the stormwater drainage.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Good evening, everyone. My name is Devin Santa, professional engineer with Grace Coastal Engineering based out of Stratford, Connecticut. I was hired by the Coiners to review coastal resources on and adjacent to the site and comment on impacts this project may have to them. So what I'd like to do for the commission is go through the resources that I noted and impacts associated. Resources noted, beaches and dunes. There's no beaches and dunes on site, but there are immediately adjacent to the south and towards Pine Creek. There is a beach area. The proposed project does not impact the beach area. No construction equipment crosses the beach area, so thereby there's no impact to the beach area. It's within a coastal hazard area. It's understood that the proposed project actually makes improvements within the coastal hazard area by bringing a formally non-compliant structure to compliant nature. There are coastal waters adjacent to the subject area, again, not on the subject parcel, but adjacent to, and those coastal waters are Pine Creek and Long Island Sound estuary. No work associated in those areas, and again, no impact to those areas. There is developed waterfront along the shorefront there, associated with the circa 1950s Army Corps levee, which is a raised earthen berm covered with armor stone. The project takes place landward of that and does not impact that structure at all, so no impacts there. The Pine Creek estuary is defined as a natural shellfish bed in the Bureau of Aquaculture's mapping. Again, there's no work proposed, there's no access to or through the areas, so there'd be no impacts. Further to that point, there also the stormwater on site is retained through Coltech units that have been reviewed by the town and wouldn't impact the adjacent water bodies. Finally, general coastal resources, which are kind of the culmination of all of the resources I just mentioned that in totality create the habitat are a resource as well. As there's no impacts to the resources I listed, there will be no impacts to the general coastal resources as part of the project. Well,
Commissioner Monahan.
The cottage that's on the property, will anything be done to, will we be adding Coltex to that? How is water kind of captured on that currently?
I suppose I would defer that to the site civil engineer.
I can ask Mr. Wee-Way, who's coming up next, to answer that question anyway. But there's no work proposed on the cottage itself right now.
I was just asking as it, due to neighboring properties.
Good evening. My name is Robert Wee-Way. I'm a licensed professional engineer and principal with the firm of Codispodi and Associates with offices located at 263 Boston Post Road in Orange, Connecticut. And we're here tonight on behalf of the Coiners to provide a summary of the existing stormwater management system, which consists of 6 plastic Coltech 330 XL HD galleries. And the galleries were part of the design for the stormwater mitigation of the proposed improvements to the 166 Pine Creek Avenue property. An application was submitted, reviewed, and approved by the Fairfield Engineering Department on or about July of 2025 for compliance with their stormwater management guidelines as well as the Fairfield zoning regulations. Subsequent to that, the galleries were installed and then inspected by the Fairfield Engineering Department on March 25th of 2026. We also performed an independent analysis of the existing system, which consisted of the review of the available site plans, architectural plans, GIS data, as well as photos of the gallery installation itself. Based upon this analysis, it's my professional opinion that the existing stormwater gallery system meets the requirements of the current town of Fairfield Engineering Department guidelines for single-family residential lot development by providing for a zero increase in runoff or the peak rate of runoff for the 25-year design storm. The gallery system also meets DEEP's requirements for the required retention volume of storage. Overall, water quality can be expected to be better than prior to the additional story being added to the house and the addition therefore. These findings and support data are also provided in our report, which was dated July 28th of 26. And I have 2 copies to put into the record for that. And I believe these have been uploaded to the city's website also. I believe one of the commission members had a question with regards to the cottage. The cottage, there's no proposed work being associated with the cottage. So the runoff from that particular portion of the property would be just as it was in the past. The galleries that were installed basically put in for the purpose of collecting or runoff from the roof areas being directed from the gutters, leaders, and then through a pipe system that would be discharged into the gallery system.
That answer your question, Commissioner Monahan?
So there is a gallery system on the cottage? It's not
No.
just the the water is just going onto the property and onto the street, correct?
Yes, over the grass area, and based upon my review of the original survey and site plans, the driveways for both buildings at one time were bituminous asphalt, and those were subsequently removed and converted over to gravel. So by doing that, that helped decrease the amount of runoff volume that would have left the site at that particular time. So the runoff from the cottage is basically being discharged from one area onto the gravel, and then it would make its way out to the roadway system.
Questions?
So I'd ask Mr. Coyne, would you like to say anything? Yeah, sure. Just real briefly, thank you.
Commissioners. Good evening, I'm Kevin Coyner, and my wife Natalia is over there. We purchased this property in 2009 to be basically our dream home. And we saved over the years to try to do this renovation that we've done. And we're very excited about it. We think it's going to add value to the neighborhood. We did buy the property knowing that the house location was in a very good location relative to where the sound is. And so we knew that we wanted to build an addition onto that. So that's what we have done. But we knew that in building that addition, that we would actually have to raise the house. And so that's also what we did to make it FEMA compliant. We would like to keep the second dwelling. It's been there. It's a cute little quaint cottage. It's very typical of the Beach District. And I think most people are comfortable with it. It's interesting that I'm here having to explain this again, because it's almost like deja vu, because 11 months ago, we had to do this before the ZBA, and we had to do it again, the court system. And now we're doing it here. But all along, throughout this whole process, we've followed the guidelines of the town to a T. We've asked for guidance, we've gotten guidance, and yet we still have to keep coming and actually doing these permits again and again. So I'm hoping that you can consider everything tonight. We want to do everything that we're supposed to do, and we have. And we think that
elevating the house is the right thing to do, and it's been done. It was at considerable expense, but it is the right thing to do in the beach district, so. Again, also with respect to the cottage, I do want to say this, and that is that I know that you're trying to over time reduce nonconformities, and the second dwelling is one. But you already have, in my opinion, a mechanism that kind of does that automatically, which is your 50% rule. And so that in time, I think you'll find most of the cottages will probably just disappear because nobody's probably going to bother to raise them. As they maintain them and put that money into them, that you'll probably see that at some point they'll just have to disappear. So and I think that would be the case for ours as well. We plan to use it for family. My wife has a mother who possibly might move in. And so we would like to be able to keep it. That won't be forever, but it might be useful for us for the next 5, maybe 10 years. I'm not sure. So it's just one more comment and then I'll stop. And that is right now our home is open and it's our home. It's our only home. And it's the one we bought in 2009. It's, our dream home, the one that we want to live the rest of our lives in. And we got stopped because of the injunction. Again, we followed all the town rules. We just did everything that we were told to by Matt Decker and everyone else. They were all very helpful. So we have no argument with the town, but yet we're still here and we're still having to ask for permits. And so it's been a little bit frustrating and it's difficult because our home feels like it's under attack, both in a regulatory or procedural sense, but also due to the weather, because again, for the last 3 weeks, it's suffering under an injunction and it's open. And so, that's where we live, or we want to go and live again. And so right now we are living in the cottage and we hope to be able to get back in our home. So I thank you for your time and I appreciate your listening to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Further, attorney?
No, I think that the commission has the sufficient information from coastal resources, drainage and zoning compliance. And my understanding is the town has repeatedly, consistently stated that it's a zoning compliant project. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Monahan?
A nearby property, I think it's at 320, 340 Pine Creek Avenue that recently traded hands. That also had a cottage. The property was raised. It was also waterfront. And I have to tell you, I know these small cottages, are, difficult to kind of, keep going, given the current code, but, people rent them, family members stay in them. It's great for seniors. It's an ADU. So it's a non-conforming kind of ADU. So, I hope you're able to keep it. And I hope that's in our purview to allow you to keep it. And I'm sorry you're going through this process.
Further? Thank you, attorney.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
I just wanted to reiterate Commissioner Monahan's words and
Hang on, I just want to caution the commission on this and other applications. Even well-intentioned comments could risk an appeal by another party and having your desired outcome overturned. So please, I would just ask the commissioners to refrain from expressing an opinion on an application while the public hearing is still open.
that was
I just figured before you.
Sure. I was just gonna say, I appreciate you coming here in good faith and working with us and working with the town. And I'm sorry you've had to jump through all these hoops and that's what I wanted to say.
I appreciate that. And I would like you to know that when the decision came down from the court, I was down at the zoning office the next morning filing this application to come before you. So again, we're trying to do everything the town has asked us.
Just a quick question. So I appreciate you said a number of times that you're compliant with all of the zoning ordinances. I've read some of the feedback that had raises some concerns about the setbacks. Could you specifically address that issue?
So if it's some of the neighbor comments, I wasn't really clear on that because I know that we meet all the setbacks. I don't want to make an
That was
argument
my-
for somebody
that was my-
else.
That was my question. So you meet all the setback
Correct.
requirements? Okay,
That's correct.
thank you. Commissioner Levy.
So the foundation is in the same place?
Yes. It's a new foundation. It's on piers, but it's in the same location.
The coach is raised.
Our house just went up and then went straight back down and went straight down on piers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will go to public comment on this. And we'll start as usual with folks in the room, but on this and other items, if there are members of the public who are joining us remotely who wish to speak, please make sure you sign in chat and indicate the item that you're looking to speak on so we can give you speaking privileges. Attorney Green, were you here on this item?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission staff, public. My name is Joel Green. I practice law in Bridgeport, law office of Green and Gross. My pleasure to appear before you this evening on behalf of Renee and Ron Noren, who are here this evening. They live at 178 Pine Creek Avenue. I am going to be brief this evening. I have to make a comment. The owner of this property just appeared before you and said, and really curried, I think, some sentiment from this commission saying that he had followed, that the owner had followed all of the guidelines. And with all due respect to all involved, staff, council, and the owner. From the moment this certificate of zoning compliance was issued last July, my clients have questioned the process. We correctly took an appeal to the Zoning Board of Appeals and spelled out that under 4.5 of your zoning regulations, this project requires a special exception. The Zoning Board of Appeals, after hearing both sides, found that that was not the case and upheld the ruling by the zoning enforcement officer. At that time, we took an appeal to the Superior Court. I had notified council that this project was going forward and it could not go forward. We started our appeal from the ruling by the Zoning Board of Appeals on the same basis that I had spelled out to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Then, having learned that the applicants had pulled a permit to proceed with the project, I filed an application for an injunction in November of 2025, saying this project cannot go forward. And we appeared in court before Judge Radcliffe, who said that an injunction is not proper here. However, the applicant proceeds at their peril. Now, I've been at this land use practice and practicing land use law for a long time. You don't see parties proceeding with projects in the face of an appeal. And yet these applicants chose to go forward with this project. They chose to, in the face of a in-court hearing on my motion for temporary injunction, where the court basically said, you're not going to get your injunction, but these owners are notified that if they go forward, they are doing so at their peril and they may have to tear this structure down. And what did they do? They went forward. And they kept building throughout the entire winter. We argued the appeal, and again, it was the same argument that we made to the ZBA that a special exception is required. And on July 1, the court issued a ruling saying that a special exception is required. Now, the applicant just said, I went to town hall to file my special exception permit. Well, the applicant also allowed his contractors to just keep on building, even in the face of this ruling by the court. And So yes, I filed a motion for contempt and a motion for a temporary injunction. And the court made it very clear that there is no zoning permit here. So this entire situation, which just doesn't happen. This is a unicorn. It does not happen. And the only reason that the owners, the applicants are in this situation is because they did not follow the rules. They did not follow the guidelines, and they decided for whatever reason, and again, I don't know who is guiding them, but this is not done. And they built this house. And by the way, it is not the same footprint. There's a large addition added, which encroaches into the area by my client's property. So I'm just urging this commission to hear this application through, but I had to make that comment to set the record straight. I have filed the decision by Judge Radcliffe. I filed the order for injunction. I have filed the whole history here. And it is a terrible policy. And it is terrible that anyone behaves that way, goes forward with a project and puts everyone in an uncomfortable situation. And it shouldn't be tolerated. So I just want to put that right out front. Now, this application was filed 22 days ago, all of it. I don't know what the policy is of this town now, but as I understand it, an application has to be complete before it goes forward. Some basics, including the requirements under special exception and the requirements under a special permit as they're incorporated, have to be complied with before this gets thrown on an agenda. So I wrote to the commission and I spoke with staff 2 weeks ago and I said, hey, this is happening really quickly. How are we going to be prepared? We can't be prepared. This is a tight timeline because I understood it was going to be scheduled this evening. We have had trouble getting consultants and getting it together in 2 weeks. But the applicant appears before you this evening and files their stormwater report, their stormwater site plan today. They file their coastal area management consultant materials today. How is the public expected to reply to that? How is the public fairly expected to respond to that? How does a CAM application end up on the agenda and published in the paper, by the way, with the wrong address? It said 166 and 172 Pine Creek Road, which creates confusion between South Pine Creek Road and Pine Creek Avenue, which I brought to the attention of staff. But here we are tonight. And for some reason, which it's difficult for my clients and I to understand, this is going
Can I
forward.
ask Attorney Green to please watch his tone? We work together all the time.
We do.
Just dial it back, please.
I will, but this is really frustrating. And we've been sitting here and the public is here and this just, it's unacceptable. And we can't be expected to respond to this. And by the way, when I looked at the site, the town site, the dates are wrong on the dates that things are posted because there have been so many documents filed by the applicant and indeed by me and indeed by the public in the last couple of days. And there are documents that are shown as being, I started making notes. There are documents that are dated July 18th that are shown as being filed on July 10th. There are new site plans that have been filed today. There are site plans that have never been filed and never been shown before that are filed today. And I just think there's got to be some orderly process here. So you'll pardon my frustration, but this is a charged application. You have a lot of public input. There's a lot of concern amongst beach residents, and justifiably so. And I will make a presentation ultimately and address some of the comments that Attorney Kersaden made, particularly in Viewscape, because the actuality is that the applicant is moving the entire structure and a large addition much closer to my client's property and cutting off the view. And this is a special exception. And there are standards that invokes. And we look forward to appearing before the commission in an orderly way after we've had a fair opportunity to review and respond to the materials that have been filed.
There again, what's the, when does the clock expire on this application?
So the public hearing is opened, so you have 35 days to conduct your public hearing and then 65 days to make a decision. So you have time within the process. The applicant, of course, at their discretion, can add more time to the processing of this application. Attorney Green is no stranger to submitting things on the day of hearing.
I am.
So again, please be
Look,
respectful.
Look, with all due respect, I do, but in this case, I did write to the commission. I did everything I could do to sort of put this on a proper and fair track, and I just didn't feel heard. So here we are. And I know that there are members of the public who do want to be heard, but I know that the commission has not had an opportunity, and in fairness, to review the materials that I've submitted, because we've been scrambling to get this together. But also, the applicant can't possibly file documents, reports, a stormwater report, which is required, and a stormwater site plan, which is required, and a landscaping plan, which is required on the day of the hearing. And not, sort of open up the notion that this has all happened today.
So we have time. I'm inclined to hold it open in part because we also have another item after this that we've been trying to get to. And so we can do that. How many, just a show of hands informally, how many folks who are here to speak on this item?
On whose side?
On what side?
On what
What
side?
item?
What side?
Either side, just on this item.
Which one do you want first? Which one?
Just asking, I'm just trying to get a sense of how many folks are here to speak on this application, not side or the other.
With the understanding that it will be held open and there'll be another opportunity.
Yeah, but so if we hold a hearing open to allow for the review of additional materials, then you know how we try to do this. If we have folks speak, then the second bite at the apple, we try to make sure that it's on new information that comes in. It's not for the sake of delay and dragging things out, right? So we can go to.
Except the whole application has been filed in the last 5 days.
It met the requirements, though.
I don't know that you can notice a CAM application publicly without having the CAM application filed.
The CAM application doesn't involve public hearing.
It's scheduled for public hearing. It's a choice by the commission.
We're having a public hearing, but Commissioner Monahan, go ahead.
Did you also say that the address was wrong?
Was wrong.
It was corrected on the agenda within the time requirements.
Not in the published.
But not for the public, is my point.
Look, I am inclined to keep the public hearing open because there is information that was submitted recently. And I have no issue with the public getting additional opportunity to review that, given that we have time on the clock for this. And so is it your position you want to come back and also have an additional presentation that talks through the materials?
All of it.
Okay. Are there folks who want to speak tonight and not wait until I see your hand, who want to speak tonight rather than waiting until I have a chance to review the material? Or do folks want to wait and come back and speak? Okay, mix. All right, so we can have, if there's anyone who does want to speak tonight, starting with folks in the room, come on up. And then we will hold the hearing open. Our next meeting is a planning meeting, but we can calendar it for another agenda on one of our regular meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize, Ms. Harrigan. I have enormous respect for you. So.
Likewise.
Okay, if there's anyone who wants to speak on this item, please come up now.
When you want to go first?
Yeah, Attorney Crusader will come back for rebuttal after public comment at our concludes at our next one.
My name is Natalia Coiner and I'm the owner of 166, 172. I'm the applicant tonight. My husband spoke previously. I just want to raise an issue that is of extreme importance, and it's an unprecedented thing that happened where we have an injunction on a house where the windows were half installed. We've lived on the property, we've watched the house getting pummeled by 2 storms, and it's heart-wrenching. The roof is leaking. I don't see any reason to postpone hearing. If we were able to scramble to provide all the necessary data through all the necessary, people who can attest to the CAM application, and I don't see why Mrs. and Mr. Noren, having all this time, they're the ones who wanted us to come in front of you. They had plenty of time to prepare. There's nothing new with the property. I also know that I've heard it from Mrs. Noren the other day that she plans on appealing and delaying. I've heard it from her mouth. And I think this is not an acceptable way to treat anybody. Watching their house deteriorate right in front of your eyes. And you sit there and you're gonna.
Let's keep the comments addressed to the commission, please.
I apologize. What I'm saying is there's some urgency here, and we try to get my husband worked tirelessly 45 hours a day trying to get this perfect in front of you. I kindly please to take into consideration that the risk we were taking was, in the end, we might have to demolish the cottage. I was not aware that there could be an injunction put on a house and left in the middle of construction where the water just seeps in through the brand new windows. Salty water too. There's a salt spray coming. Things are humid and hot in here. So just, please just take that into consideration. I understand that they want to prepare, but I believe they've had plenty of time to prepare. This has been a 1.5 years of constant dragging us in front of boards, and we would like to finish our house before it sustains further damage. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room who wishes to speak this evening? Mr. Mullen, anyone online?
There is not.
Can I ask a question? I used to be on the board in Pine Creek, and the rule was you had to have I'm sorry, Don Davis. I live at 115 French Street. There used to be the rule was you have to be able to get a tractor.
Well, hang on, let's,
All right.
I thought you meant a procedural question. but-
I was just wondering if it was still in effect, that's all.
Go ahead.
I wasn't gonna come up, but I decided after hearing and some of the information, I'm the other abutting owner. And David Totorello, 160 Pine Creek, retired professional engineer. Also, I've worked in the construction industry for 30 years. I've never seen a situation like this before. And what bothers me most is that it's allowed to happen. I'm on the opposite side. How do you let this happen? So I'm concerned that this could happen to me if I wanted to build my house, or change my house. So I think it's very important for the town to support what they've approved. It's simple. And using the state and going to Superior Court through legal actions is, I believe.
Thank you. Do you want to come up? If it's a question, just an informational question, you could ask Director Harrigan offline. Get the model.
Adam Alam, 295 Old Dam Road. I came here out of information, just trying to understand what's going on in this process. Having seen that this house is now being put on hold. Where we live on Old Dam Road, across the creek from us, are two, on Fairfield Beach Road, two double lots. I think it's really important for the commission to understand that if all of a sudden one of those double lots is sold and a house was being put up, that if I had enough money, or had deep enough pockets, that I could now prevent someone from building their home on that property, because I could drag them out and make their life miserable for multiple months, a year. It is really important that if they have followed all of the necessary requirements, TPZ and the town, that these people should be allowed to finish building their home. It's interesting, Attorney Green sits there, represents someone over there. They live right next door to him. They have an ADU. And yet they're sitting here saying these people can't do what we have, even though that they're following the rules. I find it offensive. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room who wants to speak this evening? And no one online, Mr. Mullen?
No, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so we will, we'll have to hold rebuttal until we finish public comment, because there's not a lot to rebut right now.
Well, I'd just like to, I mean, Attorney Green's just got up here and asked you to continue the public hearing. It's our application. I'd like to be heard on that just briefly, if possible. So the whole premise of the original appeal was you need a special exception. So the judge agreed. We're here for the special exception. Now they're asking for additional time to come up with experts to manufacture reasons why the special exception shouldn't be granted. The gentleman who just spoke brought up a great point, and there's materials in the record that have been filed in relation to the characteristic or under the special exception requirements for the neighborhood, that these Joel Green's clients have 2 units on there that they obtained through variance. They didn't even follow the special exception process from my understanding of reviewing it. And so all my clients are trying to do is complete the elevation of the existing structure with an addition, so it's FEMA compliant, that protects the Noren's property as well from damage to a flood or the house getting swept off the slab and into their property. So Director Harrigan is also correct with respect to Attorney Green. He does file a lot of stuff last minute, and it's to their benefit to continue to delay it.
Hang on. I just want to add, this commission's familiar with Attorney Green. We are familiar with how things proceed, how things are typically done. So I don't think we need to get into a back and forth on how.
Okay. One last comment. My clients have done everything possible, direct compliance with how the town's directed them, and they had a right to commence construction. So there's nothing illegal or inappropriate happening. And there's a lot of people that move forward with construction during that process. So we'd ask that you close the public hearing and move forward. I understand you're probably not going to do that, but you have sufficient information. This is a very simple application. Thank you.
Thank you. So I am going to hold it open. I will just say, and for everyone who's listening, this is important to know. This is a special exception and coastal site plan application. And so for anyone who's coming back, this commission is not here to decide if things were done properly, if someone else made the right or wrong call. This commission is charged with making a decision on special exception applications before us and a coastal site plan application. So for what it's worth, something to keep in mind. Good evening.
Good evening, may I be heard?
Yes.
I'm Catherine Collins. My husband and I live at 316 Pine Creek Avenue. And I would just respectfully ask that we also consider what happens in the future to some of these both undeveloped lots along the south side of Pine Creek Avenue, as well as some of the smaller bungalow type houses that may come down in the future. Is everyone going to be allowed to encroach upon the berm farther than all of the other houses are encroaching on the berm? It is my understanding that it was not just a raising of the house, but it had also changed position and got closer to the berm. Has the,
No crosstalk.
all right.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just wondering for future applications that will be probably coming, if this is allowed, I think lots of people might like to have additions that on their houses now that they know that they can go closer to the berm. Is the structure of the berm going to be looked at in terms of its storm resilience? There are areas of the berm down where I live, which is farther east of where applicants are, that have old docks on them, where the berms are kind of iffy in terms of structure. The water comes up a little farther on them in storms. I'm concerned about structure of the entire road and what happens when, instead of a straight line of pretty much of houses that are bordering the berm, we start going jig-jag as people get their additions put in and so forth. Thank you very much.
Okay, if there is no one else who wishes to speak this evening, we'll hold. Book once, so we'll come back to you the next time. We'll hold this open to our next meeting and resume then.
What date would that be, Mr.?
August.
That's quick.
August 11th, I believe is our next regular non-planning meeting. Thank you. Okay. Next, we'll move on to, sorry, are these next two items same application?
Yes, they are.
We'll call these two together. 3541, 3553, 3571 Post Road and 886 Kings Highway West, a special exception application of attorney Sarah Sharp on behalf of contract purchaser Sebjev LLC for construction of a two-story, approximately 14,000 square foot commercial building for a day nursery use with excavation and site plan improvements in a design business district zone. And a zoning regulation amendment application of attorney Sarah Sharp on behalf of contract purchaser Sebjev LLC to modify section 6.5.1 design business districts to allow the town engineer to modify the width of driveway access. And section 32.4.3 special exception day nurseries to add standards for multiple lot frontages and screening requirements along lot frontage.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is John Nuff. I'm an attorney with the address of 42 Cherry Street. Maybe we'll pause for 30 seconds to let the room clear out a little bit. Okay. So my clients are the contract purchaser of the properties at 3541, 3553, 3571 Post Road and 886 Kings Highway West. Property consists of about 1.07 acres. We're in the design commercial district. We have two front yards around Post Road and also Kings Highway West. There are three applications before you. Special exception for a day nursery, a special permit for earth excavation, and a regulation amendment that will detail a little bit later. Also, we discovered that a CAM zone. Did not know that. Ultimately, that's my fault. So we will be submitting a CAM report and CAM application. And so that we can take that up, probably not on the 11th, but I think your next meeting after that is the 25th. So anyway, you'll recall that you were kind enough to let us address you at your June meeting in the context of your proposed architectural regulations.
And we can't overstate how helpful that was. And we appreciate the generosity that extending beyond your normal curfew time. And we also very much appreciate the ongoing dialogue that we've had with Emmeline, both before that meeting and since we have submitted our applications. As a result, we were able to modify our original design to conform to most recently adopted regulations such as maximum setback from the street line. We're also able to accommodate your yet to be adopted regulations such as solutions to the building frontage width requirements and the requirement that facades be parallel to the street. And we'll discuss the two main reg changes in more detail, and they'll obviously make more sense after we present the overall project. So Sebjeb's principals are Ken and Kristen Bodenstein, who are right there. They currently operate two highly regarded Goddard daycare centers, one in Westport, 20 Saugatuck Avenue, and one in Darien at 450 Heights Road. So they have critical operational experience, which has been executed in the design of this site. They propose to construct a very attractive daycare center that will really set the bar for quality architecture for Post Road, not only in Southport, but for all commercial corridors in Fairfield. I should say every site is a gateway to somewhere, but this site really is a gateway into Fairfield as you travel east from Westport. And I think it really will help set the stage for people entering, the wonderful village of Southport that everyone cherishes. I also can't think of another use that would embrace this level of design. And I can't think of another use that is permitted in the design commercial zone that would have a less negative impact on the surrounding area. So here's why. Our hours are 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's it. At 6 o'clock, the lights go off and everyone goes home. Unlike other permitted uses such as retail and restaurants, no weekends, no evenings, no noise, no odors, no drive-throughs, nothing. Nothing but security lighting after 6 o'clock and after the last employee leaves. We will have one curb cut onto Post Road. It's a signalized intersection. There's no curb cut onto Kings Highway West. We will have a very attractive and robust landscape plan, not only enhancing the overall aesthetic of the property, but really creating a wonderful atmosphere for the children. In particular, neighbors on Kings Highway West will have a continuous row of evergreen, deciduous, and decorative plantings. Our maximum building height is 33 feet, where 52 feet is permitted. Our light poles are a maximum of 12 feet high, which is in your proposed architectural regulations. We're not required to do that, but we want to do that to make it more attractive and more respectful to the neighbors. We have more than adequate parking. We have a very efficient parking layout to facilitate drop-offs and pickups, both of which are staggered at the morning and at the end of the day. Drop-offs will occur anytime from 7 a.m. And about half will be dropped off before 8 a.m. And the morning peak is at 8. And the other half will be continuing on until 9:30 or 10 o'clock in the morning. The pickups in the afternoon generally start around 3 p.m. and all children have been picked up by 6 p.m. at the latest. And again, obviously there will be no activity on the weekends, and therefore no traffic associated with our use on the weekends. So Brandon Hanfield, who is our professional engineer, is joining us from his vacation somewhere in the Rocky Mountains, and we appreciate his making an accommodation for all of us. So he's going to walk you through the site plan with highlighting how we have two front yards, how we're going to be complying with the parallel facade along Post Road, how we're creating the street wall, the minimum build out along the two streets, both Kings Highway West and Post Road, and then also how, talk about a little bit about the operations and where parents will park, where our employees will park, and how the site is very conducive to making that a very efficient operation. So with that, I'll give you Brandon.
All right, thank you. For the record, my name is Brandon Hanfield, professional engineer, licensed in the state of Connecticut with Yantic River Consultants, with offices in Lebanon, Connecticut. And I have over 26 years of experience in the civil engineering and site engineering field. Will the plans be shared Or is there an expectation for me to share them? I could certainly try.
I think John, the assistant planner, has.
The deck.
Excellent.
Oh, yeah. One second. Brandon?
That is an aerial shot. Would you mind going to the title sheet of my site plan set, which might be further down?
No, there should be a.
There we go. Perfect. All right. I won't spend too much time on this sheet, but it is our title sheet, and just for orientation purposes, these are the plans that were submitted to you as part of our application. The only thing that we changed for this presentation, we're adding some colors to assist in the presentation itself. On the screen you have here Post Road. Our site is outlined in orange, which is 1.06 acres or 0.07. Post Road is to the north or up above our site. Hulls Highway is the intersection with Post Road is further to the north, right in the center of the aerial. Kings Highway West is to the south of our site. So we have frontage on both those roads. And then we have Garlic and Herb to the left or to the west. And I don't recall the name of the business to the right in the intersection, but I believe it's a small pink house at the intersection of Kings Highway West and Post Road. If you wouldn't mind going to the next sheet, John. All right, this is your existing conditions plan. And again, won't spend too much time, but our site again is outlined in orange. It is vacant and it is made up of 4 separate parcels plus the historical Oxford Road right-of-way, which has since been abandoned. So the 4 parcels are shown with black lines. Our combined parcel of 1.07 acres is shown in orange. And I also show the general system of utilities that exists. So we have water, sewer, gas, and electric in Post Road. Water's blue, green is sewer. Red is telecommunications, yellow is gas, and then the magenta is actually the existing overhead signal that controls Post Road and Hulls Highway intersection. And that'll come up later where our driveway is sited on the south side of Post Road. We also have utilities in Kings Highway West. We have water in blue, gas in yellow, and overhead electric in red. Stay right there 1 second, John. I just want to point one thing out before we go. Sorry. In terms of the site itself, again, it's undeveloped, and you can see some rocky outcrops on the left or western half of the site. That is a 6 to 8 foot high rocky knoll. It basically consists of unmaintained brush and grass amongst some scattered boulders and rocks. That knoll will be taken out as part of the development to create a flat development pad that blends in with both Post Road and Kings Highway to the south. I'm good, John. Thank you. This is our site development layout. Again, Post Road will stay up on the north end of our site the entire time. What we are proposing is a Goddard school. The building itself is outlined in black and shaded in orange. It does have frontage and parallel frontage on Post Road with a setback of 9.9 feet, which meets your maximum 10-foot requirement for the front yard. I will point out now that we do not meet the front yard setback of 10 feet maximum on Kings Highway West. That exceeds 10 feet. There's also porches around the building, which our project architect will speak of, that also parallel the road and create a front door entrance into the Post Road corridor. On the west side of the property on Post Road, the building itself fronts the road. We also have a stone masonry wall that parallels the northerly boundary for about 1/2 of the western side. So everywhere in front of the building will have a stone masonry wall that is topped with a black aluminum fence, the total height of that wall and fence will be 6 feet. So everywhere to the left of our driveway will have that wall. As we make our way to the center of the site, we have our main access driveway, which is 24 feet wide, single lane in, single lane out. And again, that will be controlled at the traffic signal that it currently exists with modification. Then you make your way to the east or to the right of the driveway. That will be entirely landscaped, which will be shown on our landscape plan, with variety of evergreen shrubs and trees, as well as shade trees intermixed within it. So there will be a complete front yard consisting of building, wall and fence, or landscaping. As you make your way onto the site from the access driveway, it is a counterclockwise circulation, so one direction. Parking, we have 39 total parking spaces, of which 2 are handicapped accessible. Those parking spaces are provided for the 13 classrooms. So we have 13 spaces dedicated for parent pickup and drop off. And then we have 26 parking spaces dedicated to the teachers. So we have 2 per classroom. So there's 13 classrooms. We have 26 spaces for teachers. As you make your way onto the site, the parent pickup and drop off spaces will generally be on the right or to the west of the main driveway as you drive in, including the handicapped accessible, and the employees will park into the east as you make your way around the site. But the reality is there will be parking spaces open throughout the parking lot throughout the day, as it's not always 26 teachers that are there all the time. They are sequenced based on the occupation of the classrooms to meet the requirements of the number of teachers per student. So all the teachers don't show up at one time. They show up as needed as the classrooms become occupied. There is also a trash enclosure on the center bottom or south of the main access drive. It's a small trash enclosure that is fully encompassed by masonry as well as a gate. And then in terms of recreation space, everything to the west of the front of the building will be recreation area that's fenced in. It's hard to see, but it's a lighter green color. There will be both preschool and toddler play areas. They have separate playgrounds that are Goddard standards. And the perimeter of the entire playground is encompassed by either a 6-foot high vinyl semi-privacy fence, or along the westerly boundary, it will be a 6-foot high privacy fence. On the west side of the site, you will also see in a dark black line, there's a 2 to 4 foot high block retaining wall that will allow us to have a flat playground area as we chop or cut that 6-foot high to 8-foot high knoll out. Along Kings Highway West, everything that's not within the children's play areas will be landscaped along the entire frontage of the road. All our setbacks meet everywhere except for what I mentioned along Kings Highway West. And again, that frontage we have entirely landscaped with evergreen shrubs, trees, and intermixed with shade trees as well. All right, if you wouldn't mind going to the next sheet. This is our grading, drainage, and utility plan. I added the colors for each utility for reference purposes. I'll start with drainage. Our stormwater system was designed in accordance with the town of Fairfield standards, as well as the 2023 Stormwater Quality Manual. I'll keep it short. We collect all of the runoff from our roof, our playground areas, and our paved parking areas, and we send it to an underground collection system that will fully attenuate or fully retain, treat, and infiltrate storms up to the 100-year storm. So there will be no discharge from this site for any storm up to the 100-year. The soils that exist on the far east side of the site within that rectangular area are natural sands and gravels, and we provide adequate separation and used a relatively conservative infiltration rate to confirm that we can infiltrate all the stormwater collected on our site. In terms of water, we'll be connecting to the existing main on the south side in Kings Highway West with a separate fire and water connections to the building. And we will also be connecting our gas, electric, and telecommunications to the utilities in the Kings Highway West corridor. The only utility that goes into Post Road will connect to the sanitary sewer. That sanitary sewer is along the southerly gutter line of Post Road. And we did do the necessary metering to provide the information to your WPCA prior to connection, and that information will be submitted to them. Next, please. I won't spend a lot of time. This is our soil erosion and sedimentation control plan. It does comply with the 2023 guidelines. It is a relatively simple plan as it's a small site, but in short, the entire perimeter of the site will include silt fence. We will have an anti-tracking apron into the construction area, and we provide multiple soil stockpile areas, acknowledging that there will be soil removal in advance of any development pad. So we have both topsoil stockpiles as well as temporary material stockpiles that will be exported off-site. On sheet 2 of our plan, we estimate there will be approximately 5,000 cubic yards of material exported, and that is mainly associated with that 6 foot to 8 foot high existing rocky knoll. Next sheet. All right, the last plan Attorney Nuff mentioned, the light poles are 12 feet high. The selected fixture is an or equal, but we selected a Prevail LED light fixture with a 3000 Kelvin color. At that color, this fixture is dark sky approved. And this photometric demonstration shows that we're mainly focusing that light on our parking areas, trying to achieve between 1/2 to 2 foot candles throughout, making sure we have at least 0.1 foot candles for all our parking spaces, and also assuring that we do not have over 0.5 foot candles at the property line in accordance with your regulations. I think the next sheet is the landscape plan, so I can hand that to Attorney Nuff, or I don't know if our landscape architect is present.
He is not, and I'll do my best to play landscape architect using our architect's notes. There'll be red maples in the parking lot to provide shade trees. We're going to screen the parking area from the surrounding properties and Post Road with evergreens and other decorative plantings. We're using predominantly native plantings with ornamental accents. Also trying to minimize maintenance so it always looks attractive. We're providing a child-safe landscape palette and also providing a fencing screen and provide protection for outdoor child play areas. So I think this is an appropriate time for me to quickly discuss our regulation amendments or proposed regulation amendments now that you have a sense of what our design is. When you recently enacted changes to 6.5.1, we were candidly a little bit alarmed, specifically with regard to street line setback, a maximum of 10 feet, the building frontage width requirement of 70%, and also the 24 feet for the two-way driveway access. So we proposed regulation amendments to address those three things. The first was the width of the driveway. We're fine with 24 feet. But what we've done is add a note to 6.5.1, and that's footnote 5, to simply say, except that driveways greater than 24 feet wide shall be permitted in order to satisfy traffic safety requirements at the discretion of the town engineer. So if we widen that curb cut, we'd have one access in, we would have one lane to go straight and left, and the third lane to the far right would be a right out only. Any traffic that is going to be held back because of reducing that curb cut is going to remain on our sites. So we're happy, and our traffic engineers here, we're satisfied with a 24-foot wide drive aisle. Obviously, you get 12 more feet of landscaping along Post Road. But if for some reason DOT or your town engineer or anyone thinks that there ought to be an additional lane, that's what this regulation is designed to address. The other provisions were the frontage build-out requirements. of 70% and also the 10-foot maximum setback. We have 2 front yards. And so we cannot, and there's no need to design a building that's also located 10 feet from Post Road, but also 10 feet from Kings Highway West. So what we've done is propose a change to add 32.4.3.a that only applies to day nurseries. And but the commission may want to consider this for other sites when you adopt your architectural regs. And that simply says for lots with frontage on both the state highway and a town road, only the street line abutting the state highway shall be subject to the maximum street line setback requirements of section 6.5.1. So what we're saying is the main facade that you're concerned about, and I know that there's a reference in your new regs to the primary street frontage, we would comply with its primary street frontage maximum setback at 10 feet. We don't think you want that same sort of streetscape feel along Kings Highway West or maybe other locations in town. So this is designed to accept that requirement away from this site for day nurseries. And then the second one is the building frontage requirements that requires building along 70% of a street frontage. Obviously, this site is unusual in its triangular configuration. Again, we have 2 front yards. And so this is done in contemplation in dialogue with Emline and John, is that we're proposing an alternative that when a building cannot be located in such a way that you comply with that 70% minimum frontage, it can be accomplished in 2 other ways. One with either a masonry wall or one with, or by means of landscaping. And depending on where you are on our site, that's how we're complying with that. So, you know, we have pushed the building and modified the design of the building to push it out and have it be parallel with Post Road. But we also are creating that streetscape experience on both frontages, particularly Post Road with landscaping and that masonry wall. And then I think I would hope that the folks who live on Kings Highway West would appreciate the fact that we are not doing anything other than landscaping that the frontage along Kings Highway West. The one thing that we didn't note is that there is a brand new sidewalk along our road frontage. We'll have to cut into that to create that curb cut, but you know, it's already, you know, set the stage for a very nice pedestrian experience once the building is constructed. So with that, I want to turn it to John Wicko, who's our architect, to describe the building in more detail.
Thank you. John Wicko, Architect, Office at 58 Prospect Street in Milford. We work closely with Brandon on filling the requirements from the state for the daycare use for the Goddard School, which is a franchise with a lot of high quality standards, and also the owner operators. The building you see before us is entered primarily as described through the parking lot, through a secure entrance off what would be a front porch is in the center of that image, the rendered image that is on the screen. You go through staff, high protocol for security and procedure. And once you enter the building, there's an entry hall, then the parents bring their children to their rooms, whether it's first or second floor. The ground floor is 7,600 square feet. That's where the infants, toddlers, and twos are. They all have secure direct exit out at that level on the ground, meeting many different codes and requirements. The elevator or stairs bring the parents and their children up to the 3 to 5 year olds on the second floor, which is around 6,000 square feet. And there's also a staff room, office, and conference room for the operation of the daycare. Each floor has a serving kitchen. There's no food prep. They don't make lunches. They don't make breakfast. They take the bag, put it in the refrigerator. Kristen can talk certainly more about all the nuances, but basically it's a kitchen to get the food ready, and there's a clean sink and a dirty sink to take care of any messes in the kitchen that would occur. If you go through the drawings, there's 2 sheets which are square foot areas. That just proves to Goddard and to the state and to yourself that we meet the requirements per student. There's a square foot requirement for the playground, which Brandon took care of, and also for the classrooms. We included a roof plan which shows the various pitches. The roof is primarily charcoal asphalt and accent galvalume standing seam metal on some of the accent features. More importantly, there's flat areas that we built into that are recessed in the roof that hide the mechanical equipment. So for safety and aesthetics, they're on the roof, they're not on the site. The building itself has a tower. I think I missed the sheet, but anyways, there we have the front elevation, which is the post road, has a tower, and the porch, that's the parking elevation, which that tower turns the corner and starts the parking elevation, which has varied roof lines, providing scale and some familiar architectural forms with layers of extensive trims, crowns and rakes and verge boards. We also used some paneled elements on the windows and various doors. We even were thinking about kind of the personal touch for the families and the children that are there. We designed a faux dove coat, which is very nostalgic and a kind of a playful detail up in the very top large gable. The materials are of good quality, the best quality clapboard shingle, board and batten that are mixed and composed on the various faces of the elevations. As I said, the roof is primarily asphalt with the standing seam metal roof. And we incorporated a detail of the sign into the frieze of the tower with brackets and corbels. So it's not just kind of plastered on what would be an overhang or a pediment, but it becomes part of the architecture on a larger frieze board. The sign is, we have 2 40 square foot signs, which will be permitted separately with the sign company. That level of detail and aesthetic is not just designed on the 2 elevations that we present in color, but on all 4 elevations, we use the same techniques and quality materials for the building. That concludes the brief description of the building. I hope you like it.
Thank you, John. So our last presenter is Joe Boskis. Over there? Yeah, come on up, John. John, you get my slide. He's our traffic engineer. I have some slides.
You go to the first one. Brandon can talk about, for the record, my name is Joe Balskis, traffic engineer with VHB, licensed professional engineer. I've been doing this for about 37 years. I've done other guided schools. I've done other projects in Fairfield as well. We have a little presentation of the traffic study, just some excerpts from the study itself. I'm gonna go through some of the highlights. I also did the Walgreens a decade ago. So I went back looking at that study as well here. I'm very familiar with the area. I've been out here a couple of times. I know the area very well. I've been working for, I kind of understand what's. John, you go to the first slide. Sorry, the first one is just the arrow of Brandon. So if you can you zoom in there, I know it got a little bigger. So Brandon had that first slide as well. I just want to point out a couple things on this slide. You can slide it. There you go. So the site's there as Brandon was showing, and obviously you see a whole highway. That's signalized. I'll show you the plan in a minute. Just to the right of that is the signalized intersection of Kings Highway West. We all know. And these signals in this area are in a coordinated system. They're DOT's computerized traffic signal systems that they talk to each other and coordinate.
Progression is pretty good. I've been out here a couple times. There's a couple of times I saw that it could be a little better, so could be maybe some timing changes that we actually looked at. But for the most part, they're in a system. They do work fairly well for progression during the peak hours, as you should. Next slide. So the next slide is just a signal plan. I kind of point out to you there is that's the DOT signal plan. And that shows just the layout of the intersection, the equipment, as Brandon talked about, is ready already. The span there. John, you go to the top part of it a little bit. It shows some of the phasing, and we call the phasing, how it actually works. Yeah, slide over to, and that's like those are the movements at the intersection. You have the westbound advance, eastbound advance, going towards 95, and you have Boston Post Road going, and then you have Hulse Highway. That's kind of the three-phase signal. That's how it operates today. We're not proposing to change that. Proposing to keep that. And we'll add a leg on that block up there. You see there, I think it's phase 3, it's or phase 4. We're gonna add an approach for the school. So we're gonna use that same phase for that. So we're not changing the phasing of the signal. Right now, we're not. All right, we have to go to DOT for an encroachment permit. All right, and submit the plans, but right now we're not proposing to do that. Not proposing to change it. All right, so it's just like Walgreens, the same way. Use that phase of Hulse Highway for traffic to exit the development. All right, next. Next slide. Now, this was not in the traffic study, but I pulled it up. This is on the DOT's website. This is the traffic counts on the DOT website and on Boston Post Road. 2 locations, Westport Town Line and 1 between 95 and Kings Highway West. The point I'm showing this, and I'll give you copies of this electronic file. The volumes on Boston Post Road have declined. All right, people say traffic's crazy. It's understood, but historically, the trending. I looked at this. The DOT traffic counts show the volumes have declined for 20 plus years. They have declined. They went up before the great pandemic. They've come down. So in general, the volumes are declining. A general trend of declining over the years, including the last count that we did as well. Next. This is the crash history. So we do a traffic study. You've been through this before. We do the data collection, counts, the volumes, the speeds, the crash data observations. This shows 16 crashes, if I remember correctly. Yes, 16 crashes spread across the 3 years. We look at the last 3 years. We didn't do 2026 yet, but we could. 8 angle, which you're going to see at a signalized intersection. So this is just at Hulse Highway. Let me just answer that question too. We looked at Hulse Highway itself, not every other intersection, because of the generation. I'll show you what the generation is in a minute. 16 crashes, 8 angle, no injury crashes. That's a good thing. All right. Traffic signals cause crashes. It's a fact. They cause crashes. These are angle, what you kind of expect with the T intersection happen out there. Not a major problem in terms of crashes, but no injuries. That's a good thing. No pedestrians. So it's an intersection that doesn't have problems in terms of crash history. Next. So what's our site generated traffic? That's always a key. Yeah, I'm sorry, get down a little more.
I'm gonna zoom out.
Yeah, zoom out here. So this is in the traffic study. We use traffic studies for generation for these schools. We use ITE. Okay, we could use other daycares, other guided schools. We could do that. We try to be conservative. Use a higher volume. These rates here, 120, and then morning peak hour, 120 afternoon peak hour. You're thinking to yourself, well, Joe's 160 students, 160 cars come in. That's 300. This is 1 hour. All right. The school's open, as John said, 7 to starts at 7. I think. Yeah, 7. And between 7 and 8, half the kids arrive. This is based upon the adjacent peak hour, which is 8 o'clock, 8 to 9, and 5 to 6. So these are average rates, not the actual calculator rate. So it's a little higher. The average rates. We're seeing that half the kids come before this time. So this is conservative. The actual rates are a little lower. We want to be conservative using the ITE trip generation rates, using average rates. So 120 vehicles in the peak hour. So about 60 coming in 1 hour, 6 coming in and 60 leaving at the same time. So 1 car coming in, 1 car leaving at the same time in that 1 hour. Okay. Not a lot of traffic. It's not. It's not like you have 5 cars a minute coming in, like a major retail. So it's not a lot of traffic. It's the traffic itself be 120. When we look at a study area, Halls Highway, Kingston Highway West, you have the ramps, all that. We look at what OSTA tells us, which is the Office of State Traffic Administration, the DOT's regulatory authority. They say if you look at 100 trips at an intersection, you should study it. We don't have that. We have all of our traffic concentrated at Halls Highway. Some goes right, some goes left, but we don't have another intersection where we have 100 trips being generated. So we focus on the Halls Highway intersection for the study. Okay, so about 120 trips, 60 coming in, 60 going out in the morning after peak hours. Next. This is what comes out of ITE, the ITE trip generation manual. I'm sure you've heard it before, other traffic studies. You see the 126, that's the number we use. The fitted curve, the actual statistically calculated generation rate is like 113. So we actually went higher, right, to be conservative. So we're actually using higher rates than other guided schools, than obviously what ITE is saying. So these are the most conservative rates for this, all coming in at the peak hour. Next. AM and PM. Next slide. It's just the actual documentation. Where are they coming from? Okay. So we have distribution here. Look at the population trends in the area, the traffic volumes in the area, how to get to the guided school, and that's to help us develop the distribution of where that traffic is going. Next. So what does this all mean? These are our traffic volumes at the Halls Highway intersection and the guided school driveway. So these are the actual peak hour volumes. This is the morning peak hour, 8 to 9. I'll show you at PM peak hour. We have for volumes at the intersection. Next. Go. Yeah, keep going. Yep. Those are in the study. So you can zoom this a little bit more. All right. This is the table. This is the level service. This shows the operation of the intersection for existing, what we call no build. What's going on in the future, any developments in the area, and then the actual build. And it shows the movements, eastbound, westbound, southbound. That's today. Southbound is Halls Highway, eastbound and westbound is Boston Post Road. So I reformatted the table. The table in here was a little confusing in terms of how we added in the northbound for the guided school. So I reformatted the table for this presentation. So you can go right across from left to right, eastbound, existing, no build, build for AM and for PM. And you look there, I highlighted the northbound from the guided school. So you look at this table here, how it's reformatted, and what you're looking for is from no build to build. What's happening? What's going on to the actual intersection? All right, what are the impacts? As a traffic engineer, we look for impacts in terms of delays, in terms of a capacity, in terms of level of service. That tells us there's an impact when you look at it a little closer. We saw some initial impacts when we looked at this originally. We did a little tweaking of the timing, if you will, at the intersection to allow us to, as you see there, we're going from a level service C overall, level service C with the guided school. Same thing for the PM, C. Now, what about the approaches, Joe? So you're going from a D for southbound Halls Highway to an E, stays in E. Okay, it stays. Halls Highway southbound, E, E, E. Okay. The one change we do have is westbound goes from a B and a no build to a C. 6 seconds more delay. The westbound and the PM, it goes from a C to a D, right? Sounds dramatic. Not really. When you look at the actual capacities, aren't changing dramatically. We go from 0.76 to 0.85. We go from 0.74 to 0.90. So a little bit of an impact, if you will, in terms of capacity ratio in the afternoon. The delay is a little bit more, about 6 seconds, okay? So is it significant? Not really. Can we do anything about it? We'll find out. The DOT, when we submit the DOT for encroachment permit, there's no turn lane there. We're not proposing a turn lane. We don't need a turn lane with the volumes we're generating. If we're generating Walmart type volumes, maybe you need a left turn lane coming to the site. So the westbound, yeah, it's showing a minor impact, not significant. Not dropping down level service E, not significant in terms of increases of volume capacity ratio or delays, but we have to go to DOT for encroachment permit, all right, for the district. So we'll submit the report, submit the signal plan, and talk to them about what we want to do with the signal phasing. We expect to get the signal to be revised to show 2 new signal heads on the span wire itself and the phasing.
they may say, well, Joe, maybe look at doing a different phasing, maybe give eastbound lefts onto Hulse Highway in advance, like they have now, with a lag for a side driveway. So that's a possibility. We didn't model that. That would help and probably reduce the change we're seeing here. We didn't do that. We kept it kind of the same, just a small tweaking, if you will, of the timing. But the DOT traffic will have to look at this and give us their guidance on it. I feel comfortable with what we have here. They had given us some guidance, again, 10 years ago with the Walgreens, similar thing. Different people are involved now, obviously. But we expect that the typical installation we're not changing the phasing per se of adding our driveway. We're gonna use the Hulse Highway. And that's why I see a minor impact to Hulse Highway, in terms of capacity delays, because now they're coming southbound. Now there's some traffic coming out of the Goddard School. So there's some friction there, if you will. All right. Now you gotta look and see who's ahead. So that's expected. But not impactful. All right, with our 2 lanes exiting site, not impactful from an overall operation standpoint. So we're seeing some impact, but not significant enough to say that there's a problem here. Need to do a widen for Route 1 to put in the left turn lane. You don't see that volume being generated to require that.
What time does the Goddard School start?
7.
Starts at 7 and it closes at 6.
Okay.
And so what Joe said is that the peak hour, which is what he has to study as a traffic engineer, is 8 to 9 a.m. and half of our children are showing up before that peak hour.
The reason I ask is because I went to school for many years at Greens Farms Academy, and many of the kids in Southport, Fairfield, on the way to Greens Farms and other schools and things in the area, come down Hulse Highway, turn left onto the Post Road, go right onto Kings Highway, and then continue onto Greens Farms Road. And there is a lot of traffic between 7 and 8 a.m. With parents and kids going that route, and then other businesses.
So we counted Hulse Highway, and between 7 and 9, and the actual peak is 8 to 9. Highest volume. Overall is 8 to 9. So we included that volume that you're talking about, that's making that maneuver. We did include that in our analysis.
Okay, a huge portion of that volume is turning left.
Yes.
Onto the.
Yeah, we counted the movements at the intersection. Yeah, the left turns, right turn on Hulse Highway as well. All the movements at the intersection, we counted that and put that into our analysis that we did.
Okay.
Commissioner Levy?
Yeah, can you give an example of an angle accident at Hulse Highway? What exactly do you mean?
Angle crash.
Angle
By
crash.
the way, we don't call them accidents anymore. They're crashes. For the most part, because they're mostly human error. Angle crash would be someone trying to turn left onto Hulse Highway and someone's going through. So right now, to go to Hulse Highway, if you're going eastbound towards 95, and left on Hulse Highway, you have an advance, a few second advance, the green arrow. It goes the green ball and everyone goes. So if you're turning left and maybe you turn too late and someone's coming and they get a green light, they're coming at you, that's an angle crash. Right. And the good thing, I should say, that angle crashes can be very dangerous, can be deadly. In this case, there's no injury crashes here. I thought it was unusual. We looked at data. So they're minor fender benders if they're happening. That's in the 2023, 24, 25 time period. Haven't looked at 2026, haven't looked before that either. But that was our 3 years that we looked at for data. That's an angle crash. Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Randolph, are you the last presenter? Because I've been holding questions.
No, Joe's the last, yes.
He's the last presenter, right? Yes. Okay, cool. So a couple of questions. So, these odd conditions on the Post Road where the signal, it's like in Sesco Hill, you're coming out of a private drive, there's no signal coming onto the Post Road. Will there be a signal coming out of?
Yes. This driveway, like I was saying, the phasing, Hulse Highway goes, we're gonna use the same phase Hulse Highway for this driveway.
There will be a signal facing.
Correct. Two signals,
Because
yes.
we have some really peculiar conditions in town where there's no signal coming out of a driveway.
Yes.
Onto the Post Road. So there will, okay, great.
This is controlled access with the
Excellent.
traffic signal, yes.
And then, let's see, so on your table 5 there, going to be, I get it, it's not a big deal. You're going to, your E for the southbound left, right, goes from an E at 57 seconds to 62.5 seconds.
Adding 4.5 seconds, yeah.
Just for clarification, an E is acceptable, correct?
DOT accepts level of service, yes.
E is acceptable, and so that additional timing, because you're conservative, you've assumed that there's more concentration of exiting than the Goddard School normally. Your ITE assumption on peakedness is higher than what the Goddard School
Yes.
normally operates.
Yes, our numbers are conservative.
You're saying your assumptions for E are based upon a more conservative
Correct.
peakedness rather than a.
Correct. Yeah,
a
we could change this and go with lower volumes and do that.
So this is, your E is calculated, right? It's not observed.
Correct. It's
Yeah.
based on the
Calculated.
DOT software that we use, yes.
It meets the standard, and it's more conservative than the observations for other Goddard schools.
And it makes sense when you think about it in terms of the table, there's results that Halls Highway, you go right now, you go left, right, no one's running away. Now with Goddard School, some may be going straight across. So there's gonna be some friction here, that we call friction. So you may have to wait to go left a little bit if someone's coming out of the Goddard School. That's what that's showing. That Halls Highway may have a little bit few more seconds of delay, not significant. If it was, we have to look at what can we do to address that as an engineer, what can we mitigate that? We're not seeing that based on the conservative volumes.
And so, moving to similar topic, so OSTA will need to approve this signal, is that correct?
Well, yeah, so the DOT district will require an encroachment permit. All right, the signal is already approved by OSTA, but OSTA will eventually approve this signal. It's formality at that point in time. It's got to go through the DOT district and headquarters traffic to do the review of the signal itself. And once it's done, then pretty much for the most part, it's formality from OSTA. They are the signal, they review all signals in the state.
So just to clarify, the installation of the signal and the timing on the post road will be reviewed by the DOT.
Correct.
And comply with other standards. Okay.
And I'm confident they'll accept what we have. They might not. They might say, well, Joe, that we want you to do this. They may. We don't know.
Change the signal timing.
Yes, yes. But what we want to avoid doing is changing the through timing on one, because that changes progression, because it's working pretty well now. They are usually against doing that, making any changes to the timing for the through.
Now, I know this is maybe not your report, but we're new. Our parking plan was based upon their assumptions.
I'm sorry?
Since we don't have parking standards anymore, right?
We do for commercial uses.
Okay, so
But what I will say is that daycare, day nurseries, have always fallen into the category of the applicant has to provide an analysis of what they require. Because it's not a use that's specifically designed for one space for specific, categories of square footage or that type of thing. So day nurses have always said, this is the number of classrooms we anticipate, therefore the number of staffing that we're dictated to provide by state law. And so they usually provide it to us in all of the daycare, the day nurseries that have come before this commission.
So we've got 1.5 other Goddard schools right now. And there's many other in the area. How do the parking ratios compare to the other Goddard schools?
So keep in mind that my clients, two of those Goddard schools, one in Westport, one in Darien. And that's at the very beginning, when I introduced them, I said their operational experience was very relevant when we designed the sites. Because not only do we have more than sufficient parking, but we also have it in a manner that creates the most efficiency. Because we have an opportunity so that our staff, when they get there in the morning, those staff people who get there before 7 to greet the kids will park on the periphery away from the building. Parents will come in and park directly adjacent to the building, and then they can go around and then circulate out. In the unusual condition that maybe all those 10 spaces are filled, there's still going to be some empty spaces for around the periphery, not directly in front of the building, where parents can park and bring their child in. In some highly unusual situation, that every spot is taken for a moment, they have the opportunity to stay on site and just slowly work their way around until they see another parent exiting the building, getting into their car and heading off to work. So it won't have any impact on the surrounding roadway network because we can keep everyone on site. There are other Goddard schools, and then we had a very fulsome conversation with the police department because there was another Goddard school that doesn't have the same sort of parking layout that we do. And it has like two parking lots, one that's quite a bit smaller where the parents are dropping off and picking up. And so they have worked out a better situation for themselves, but we don't have that because all of our parking is in one parking field and there's an opportunity for parents to circulate in the highly unusual situation that there is no parking space available when they first pull in.
And then one last topic. Thank you very much for the explanation. So you're basing your parking ratios upon your experience and your operational experience. One last parking or traffic, 24-foot wide. This is a new reg for us. We appreciate the feedback. What you've asked for seems very thoughtful and considerate on that variation. So. Other questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Monahan.
So can you explain to me the drop-off pattern? If there's 160 students, are they all there every day? Are they there 2 days a week each? How does that work? If there's 160 students and you said, I think 26 teachers that kind of rotate. Do the students, when the cars pull in, are they greeted by teachers who actually take the students out of the car? Or are the parents parking and then walking into the building with the student?
So we're going to have the actual operators, Ken and Kristen, answer your question. And I think they're discussing amongst themselves. Who's going to answer first?
Say
Okay,
who
so
you are, say who you are.
I'm Ken Bodenstein, as my wife Kristen. Kristen really handles day-to-day operations, more so on site usually than I do, but just as a start, just to clarify a few things for you. So when we say there's going to be 160, the first part is yes, virtually all of our students are there 5 days a week. Occasionally we will have some part-time students where we might have one kid goes Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then another child balances it out Tuesday, Thursday. But basically assume we have 160 children. If we're at full capacity, we have 160 children there every day.
Well, on any given day, there's about 10% that aren't there because of vacations or
Right.
illness.
So-
So it's never 160 on any given day.
So we have 160 enrolled, but there probably won't be 160 there any day. On average, it would be 145. The other thing to keep in mind is also that doesn't mean that there's 145 cars coming in, because you have to keep in mind that there are many families that are going to have 2 children. They may have a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old, or 3 children. You know, we pretty much figure that on average, it's almost close to 2 families to 1. So even if you go a little below that, it's really, you're looking at about 100 cars per day coming in for pickup and drop off. And, you know, we had an issue that came up in Darien, and that issue was, you know, us being compared to an elementary school, or, you know, or a middle school. And the thing that you have to keep in mind is that in an elementary school situation, all the children are dropped off at the same time. I mean, we actually have a 12-year-old, so we've gone through this. In a span of 15 minutes, you have 300, 400 kids typically at an elementary school being dropped off in that 15-minute window. That's not how this works. This is a childcare center. I mean, we call it the Goddard School, but it is a childcare center. And it's not as if the program starts at this time, and if you get there a half an hour late or an hour late, not late, a half an hour after we open or an hour after we open, that you've missed something. So it is when the parents come in and go out. I can tell you, we had our children in childcare once upon a time, and there were days we dropped off at 7:05 in the morning because one of us needed to be on a train. Both of us needed to be on a train into New York City. There were days that we were working from home and we dropped our children off at 9. So, you know, it is and pick up the same thing. So it is a staggered drop off. It is a staggered pickup at the absolute peak period of time. You know, if you want to take the peak 30-minute period,
it's an average of 1 car per minute that comes in or out.
Well, and I have one other interesting thing to add as well, because since before COVID, we opened our first school in 2019. So COVID was obviously 2020. So before COVID, everyone was there by 8:30 because parents had to be in those offices at those desks at 9 o'clock. In today's world, thank goodness, there are so many parents who work from home. We don't bat an eye if somebody walks in at 10 o'clock or 9:30 or after 9 o'clock. So I don't know if maybe that's why there's less traffic or not, but it's a very interesting dynamic. Parents really have that full 2 hours. They really take advantage of that.
Other questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Monahan.
You talked about the encroachment permit you have to go to the DOT for. What is that? And when is that decided?
Okay, so, let me take a stab at that, because Joe will give you too much detail. So, an encroachment permit is just that. We are doing work encroaching within the state right of way. So it is simply the state district office. There is the DOT up in Newington. Within the DOTs, there's OSTA. This is the district office. I think we're within District 3, and they will look at, you want to create a curb cut, and they will look at things like drainage and how wide it is and what your curbs are, what the turn radii are, and things like that. But as part of that, they will also be approving that 4th signal head. So anytime you do any work within the state right of way, you need an encroachment permit from the local district office.
One last thing. I'd like to challenge you a little bit on traffic, declining and that traffic is actually going down. I completely disagree. I don't know what data we're referencing, how old it is, what day it's been, but traffic is pretty bad. And I'm a little nervous about the left-hand turn coming out of this property onto the main road. You very likely are going to have residents from Westport using the school as well as Southport and Fairfield left, right, center going straight up. And I do think that given people are kind of rushed, et cetera, that left-hand turn, especially at that light at that corner, does, give me pause. So I'm glad you're having it looked up by multiple, professional engineers, because I'm worried about the, potential damage.
So Joe's going to answer the question about the data from DOT showing that traffic counts have been reduced. I've lived in Fairfield since 1990. I know that there's a perception, but I'm also not going to refute what the DOT says. But with regard to your other comment about left-hand turns, this is the beauty of the site. We have a signal. I've done work in Westport, I've done work all these places, and everyone says, you can't make a left because there's no signal. Remember, no one could get out of Balducci's because you couldn't make a left. We have a signal. This is the safest, best situation for frankly, any use, is having a signal so people can proceed safely and they don't feel the need to risk, gee, do I have time to make the left before the guy's coming? And by the way, I have my kid in the car, my kid's in the car. This is the best and safest setup for a daycare use or any other use, is to have that signal. I'll let Joe tell you about that.
Yeah, and on that, the DOT encroachment permit, the Division of Traffic and the district office, they'll look at this as well. And, like I said, the data shows that there is some increase in delays. So if there's a concern beyond what I'm saying here, they may ask for something to be done there. All right, they may ask for some time and change to be done there. I don't think it's gonna be necessary, but that's part of the encroachment permit process. But in terms of data, you can just Google the Connecticut DOT's traffic count and you get a database. We can provide it. It didn't really change our analysis. I'm not saying that we use lower volumes. I'm just saying historically, and I've had this conversation in other hearings as well, but you gotta be crazy. There's no way. But you look at the actual data, you go back 20 years plus, and you'll see it. And right now it's about 19,000. There was 24,000 cars a day on Boston Post Road 20 years ago. So it's gone up and down a little bit, but in general, it's trended down over the course of the last 20 plus years. And we can provide the data. It's DOT traffic count data that we are not producing. They have it. We pull it off their website.
Any other questions? Thank you, attorney and team. There are folks in the room who want to speak on this item. Okay. And again, we have past curfew, but we'll I think we could go a few minutes extra. If there's anyone joining remotely who wishes to speak, please sign in the chat and indicate that you want to speak on this item. And if you're in the room, we'll start here. So just come up, first come, first serve, just say your name and address. And
Hi, I'm Tony Corletto. I live at, excuse me, 2 Aberdeen Way in Pequot Landing. That's the development that fits into the intersection at Post Road, Kings Highway West and Center Street. So I'm here as a unit owner. I'm also president of the Homeowners Association. We've got a number of our unit owners with us tonight. So a few things. I think overall, we appreciate the plan. A lot of things that could go in there, and this is not the worst of them. So we're not here to say, please don't do this. But we do have concerns, obviously, and I think they may be shared by some others in the room. Traffic study being what it is, I hear nothing about the impact of Kings Highway West. Kings Highway West backs up during peak traffic hours every day. And the concern we've got is this is just going to add to that. So to the extent that you need traffic study data, we ask that there be some inclusion of the impact of Kings Highway West that directly affects us. We've got 2 entrances to our development, one from Kings Highway West, one from Center Street. It affects us getting in and out of our property. It affects other people that are coming from Westport, heading east into Southport. It's an issue and it's not addressed by this traffic study. 2, we appreciate the thoughtfulness about screening and planting. One of the concerns that we had with the Walgreens proposal was potential access onto Kings Highway West. We see and we appreciate that the access proposed is onto Post Road. We'd like to see, with whatever gets approved for a special exception, a restriction against any access from Kings Highway West, pedestrian or otherwise. We'd like to see a fence, a permanent barrier, in addition to the plantings, as a deterrent to anybody passing through there on foot. Puts things like this into the, portal for you. So we're concerned about, making sure that, yes, it's screened and that it's secure. We've got a residential area there. There's a concern about that.
Excavation.
Blasting, yes, the excavation and blasting. So I don't think that's before you guys, but at some point we need to address what happens with that, what protection is afforded.
Yeah, it's one of the special exceptions.
I didn't hear anything about that tonight. So is that going to be part of your process? Is there a second process for that?
let the, I mean, if the applicant wants to speak to it here. Again, but.
I know, I was asking Brandon about the blasting question.
She hasn't been.
But if they do, that'll be, they're not gonna, we're not gonna have a back and forth, so
Right,
they'll
right,
come
no,
back for a
I-
rebuttal and then they
Sure,
can address some issues.
So we are concerned about that. We'd like some assurances around how that's managed. And what protection we get out of that. Yes.
Construction equipment.
Movement of construction equipment, how that's gonna, potentially affect others. Again, just some general assurances about site conditions, and how these things are gonna be managed. We have an overriding concern with our development or through traffic. We're gonna look into putting up some of those partial picket fence barriers you see in some other developments. We've got private roads that have been, over the years, folks cut through to go from Kings Highway West over to Center Street. Vice versa. It's gone down somewhat with making Center Street one way, but it ebbs and flows. We've put in flock cameras that seems to have quelled it down a little bit. But with, additional traffic that we're concerned about potentially backing up, folks will again be tempted to cut through our place to try and circumvent things. So again, traffic studies are a concern for us. And that's really, I think, all I have to say right now.
Thank you.
But there are a few others here that have other issues.
Come on up, whoever wants to go next.
Hi, my name is Joanne Muscus and I live at 30 Southport Place, also in Pequot Landing. I also am on the board. How many, I saw that, heard that there was a setback from Kings Highway West exception. I'm not sure why it should be an exception because 10 feet doesn't sound all that exceptional to me. But how close to Kings Highway West, I should ask, is the setback?
I'll let the applicant, when they come back for rebuttal, I'm sure they're making notes of questions and can respond then.
Also, I live right behind wherever the fence is going to be. And now I hear that staff may be arriving before 7 a.m. We always heard 7 a.m., 7 a.m. So staff will be arriving and parking before 7 a.m. And that is right behind 6 or 7 of our units on that back wall. So I'm just wondering how, and then there's a drive-through where all of the children, all 160 of them, or what have you, are let off behind to the back entrance, which again is not very far away from Kings Highway West and our homes. So it's driving around the back of the school and letting the children off kind of basically in our backyard, not even 10 feet from the wall. That kind of gives me pause. Before we even get that far, there's a special exception, as you all know, for excavation. I read it, I was here at the town hall last week, and it seems like special exception, I guess for the knoll they were speaking about, if you've driven by the front of the property when it's not covered and weeded, you probably have noticed, if you live in town, that there are many, many rocks and boulders in that property. And I don't know that whether they're to be jackhammered out for a significant amount of time or blasted out. And then I called the town fire marshal, said there are no special permits or exceptions for blasting as yet, but that they could be put in at any time. So that also gives me pause since I live right there. And our walls and bricks and construction currently have no cracks. I would like some sort of testing to be done before and subsequent to all the excavation that's on this special assessment permit, be it jackhammering, blasting, what have you, so that we're not left with properties crumbling because of blasting and jackhammering. Will there be a special insurance bond posted for this excavation for condominiums? I would request that specifically. One be taken out for this. And also we heard tonight that there are metal roofs. I used to live on Sturgis Highway and we would get hit by lightning. So when I hear that there's a metal roof right next door to me, that gives me pause. And I'm wondering if lightning rods are to be installed on or near the property, because it is a certain amount of height. And with regards to the traffic, I'm not certain if there's a left-hand signal turn out of that side of Holmes Highway right now, but we would really need one. And I do remember the Walgreens traffic study specifically. And there were 5 pedestrians who were hit by cars at that time. I know that wasn't in the 23, 24, 25 traffic study period, but there have been a number of pedestrians who have been hit on the Post Road in that Southport area. So I just put these items forward because I have done a certain amount of research on it, and this certainly gives me pause. Feel free to ask me any questions if you like, but thank you very much. The school would be great. I'm all for schooling, but the construction period will probably be challenging. So thank you for your in consideration for those of us who live right over the wall. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wants to speak? Come on up.
You didn't say anything. I'm just gonna talk about the ledge, but you did.
Hi, my name is Rich Pinto. I live on 909 Kings Highway West. I live in a historic house, the John Osborne House. 1973.
Could you speak up?
Oh, yeah, sorry. So I live in a historic house. There's 3 historic houses right in the area. And I would also be very concerned about the blasting implications. So I think that really has to be looked at carefully and, you know, the insurance and all that stuff. So I'm involved in that.
Thank you.
Otherwise, you know, I'm also for school. I mean, this is not a bad plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pat Madison. I live at 43 Aberdeen Way, which is also in Pequot Landing. I think overall, people are, I don't want to speak for the whole development, but mostly in the conversations, people are very excited about this, that we have a school and a business that would make a lot of sense for that particular site. We've done a lot of research. We're very familiar with the facility and Westport. I drove over to Stratfield. You don't own that one, but take a look at that facility and all of that. So overall, I think the community kind of supports the development, but we do have a couple of concerns. One of them related to, as Tony mentioned, the blasting, the jackhammering. We want to see if there can be an insurance bond or something else, that if there's damage to the properties, whether they're antique or whatever, can be addressed. And we are concerned about that. And the second one has to do with the traffic, but I'll let you decide whether and how to really be concerned about that. So I just wanted to let you know that it looks like a great project, assuming, you know, you work out all the details that you have to do between planning and zoning and the owners of the project. Is there something else? No, it's gonna go. Okay. Or go change ahead. seats. Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Doug Goodman, and I live at 11 Aberdeen Way. That. Yeah. And my compliments to the presentation. It was a great presentation you put on. But also I want to reiterate about what you called a rocky knoll. It's ledge. And there's a difference. Not that I'm a geologist, but I do know there's a difference. So I would just say that we should watch out what you're doing to prevent any damage to our properties, which are, you know, not that old, but anyway. And we had an owners meeting last night, all the owners, and for the most part, they endorsed this idea as opposed to other things that might have been put in there. But I just want to talk about that rocky knoll, as you folks call it. It's ledge. So, thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, one at a time.
You can get a parade here. I'm Andrea Durif. I live at 40 Aberdeen Way. And again, we all think this is a great project, but I wanted to reiterate the idea of keeping Kings Highway if there could be a permanent rider in this, if you give them the easement, that there can never be traffic coming from that site. Because it's really a small country road, and we get a lot of overflow from people cutting off the thruway at Sherwood Island. Starting at 3 o'clock every afternoon, it's, you know, a really long line of cars trying to get through that stoplight out to the post road. So Kings Highway really is more of a traffic problem than I think maybe you guys realize. So it's really, we're very concerned about that. as we said, we have an exit coming out onto that, and it's just general congestion. So that would be great if you could address that.
Hi, I'm Frankie Disky. I live at 30 Southport Place. I know it's been a long night, so I'll just be brief. I'm actually hoping that this project will be a solution to the traffic, not add to it. You know, I think a big key component, at least in my view, is the added light at Holt's Highway. I think, you know, hopefully that'll be the solution, so.
Okay, anyone else in the room who wants to speak? I think just about everyone. So, Mr. Mullen, anyone online?
No, there is not, Chairman.
Commissioner Monahan, you have a question for the applicant?
Yeah, if the DOT has you alter the light, will you commit to coming back again if it's a major change?
I'm sorry,
So
before
that-
you answer that, let me just,
So the delay on the light, yeah.
public comment is concluded. We'll go back to the attorney now for rebuttal. Go ahead, sorry.
Okay, I'm happy to answer that question. So the jurisdiction over the signals are exclusively the DOT. So if the DOT decides to tweak the timing to some extent, candidly, this commission has no jurisdiction over that. It's going to be minor and they're the experts. I mean, so they could, you want us to notify you, but you don't have the ability to approve or modify what the DOT decides. It's their signal, it's their road, it's their toy. They have complete control over it. So, while as Joe said, he anticipates that they won't make any changes, but the changes that they might make are going to be relatively minor and will only be done to help improve the traffic and not make it worse. But if you want to ask us to come back and tell you what they decide, happy to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's a couple of different things. We're probably going to tag team this. There's some overlap. But first of all, I really appreciate the tone of the comments. We all do this a lot. You guys sit here multiple times a month. I do this even more and heard many, frankly, scurrilous comments, but it's really nice to hear something constructive comments, fair questions, happy to answer them. So I really appreciate the approach that our neighbors have taken, and we look forward to being their neighbors. I'm gonna let Joe handle the Kings Highway West question with regard to traffic. With regard to a new curb cut on Kings Highway West, we have no desire, ever. We're happy to accept the condition that there will never be a curb cut on Kings Highway. It doesn't do us any good, it doesn't help anything, and obviously we have the most valuable resource that we want to protect, which is these kids, and so therefore having one means of ingress and egress is best for us and for our customers and for the kids. I think that there is a very robust landscape buffer there. I doubt that Ken and Kristen would have an objection to doing some sort of fence to even making that even more secure, I would assume. So if we're happy to add that to the plan, or if you want to make that condition, we're happy to do that. I forget Joanne's last name. I'm believe me, I got everything. So you asked about the exception to the setback to Kings Highway West. It gets a little bit wonky, but the commission, to their credit, recently passed a new regulation that says a building must be located no greater than 10 feet from a road. And so the purpose of that is just like when you're in downtown Fairfield, the buildings are up on the sidewalk and you really have this great sort of streetscape feel, there's vitality, and they want to be able to create that same feel in other parts of town, like Black Rock Turnpike that doesn't have that. So what it means is buildings get pushed to the streets. We're asking for an exception to Kings Highway West because you don't have a sidewalk there. You don't want to create that same streetscape feel. So we're asking, let us push the building further away from Kings Highway West. So the exception that we are requesting is really to your benefit. So I just want
How
to,
many feet is that, sir?
Brandon, how many feet is the building from Kings Highway West?
Sorry, I'm just trying to navigate a small screen here. And unmute myself at the same time. I believe it's labeled on the plan. It is over 20 feet, and I'm getting there now. It's a little slow out here.
Do you want to put up the site plan while Brandon is?
Yep.
I think
I
you
have
can just. bring over-
36.6, sorry, 36.6 feet. So I have 9.9 feet, the building setback to the post road frontage, and 36.6 feet to the Kings Highway West frontage.
Okay, great.
Is that the whole way
So.
down?
That's the closest point.
We can see it here. So this dimension, this location is 36 feet from Kings Highway to the closest point of the porch. And obviously, depending on where you're located, here it's 39.1. It gets even further away as you get closer to Post Road.
And that's the property line, John, not the road is probably another 20 feet
Oh,
from
true.
the property line. So you're well over 50 feet past the road edge.
Great, thank you, Brandon. So if we can keep this up and just pull out a little bit, because you also had this other question about how drop-offs will happen and whether kids will come around the back. There's only one way in, parents and children, and that's through our front door. No one's driving around, no one pulls up and drops their kid off and he runs inside. They park in the spaces directly in front of the building. The parent gets out, takes their child out of the car. They walk them into the building. They walk them to the teacher. The teacher says, good morning, hope you had a great day, or whatever, says goodbye to the parent. They go back out that same front door and out onto Post Road. There was no circulation around the building whatsoever. It's completely, in fact, that's where the play areas are. There's no cars going back behind the building whatsoever. So the drop off and pickup is exclusively through our front door. I think, Kristen, do you want to talk about the blasting? You spoke to the contractor, or is there
yeah.
something more?
Well, I did, so thank you. Ellen sent an
Can you
email.
just come back over here?
Oh, sorry. So
Camera right.
Ellen sent an email. So I talked to our contractor who has built our first two schools, because I was curious about this too. And I'll sum it up by this. He said, we can't even crack the sidewalk on the street that's out there. But a little bit of the background that he gave about how the process works with blasting is, of course, they're fully insured. These are specialty companies. The way the process works is they have their own insurance. A surveyor comes out and does a seismic study. And part of what that is, they knock on doors and they talk to probably you guys about whatever they need to talk about. They take pictures of basements in advance. That's what I wrote down from the notes I took from talking to him. And he said that because it's on a major road, this is what he said, it's mostly chipping. So we can do some research on what that is, but it's not, like a bomb that you think of with.
It's not like stuff is
Where
flying
the
up in the
ground
air.
flies up out of the air.
No,
If that makes sense.
So blasting has changed. They're called micro blast. They're much, much smaller. There are blasting blankets that are just these massive rubber things that will be placed over. And they do very, very small blasts to just weaken the stone and then they can excavate it. So, but there is an entire protocol that's overseen by the fire department where they have to do a pre-blast survey of everyone's house and their basement and everything else prior to any blasting work taking place. And then once all that is done, they'll come back and resurvey to certify that no damage was done. And if for some reason some damage is done, then that damage will be repaired.
And the contractor that we're gonna be working with is the same contractor that we worked with on our first two projects. So it's somebody that we have a lot of history with.
I'm sorry, keep going. I was addressing someone behind you.
Oh. So I was saying it's someone that we have a lot of history with. This entire team, Brandon, John Wicko, I mean, Joe, have all worked with us on our previous two projects, and this team as builders has built other Goddard schools throughout Connecticut. So they've.
Bigger projects too, so they're familiar with blasting.
Oh, yeah, they've done very large projects, and you know, the principal, the contractor we're using is based in, I mean, he's lived in Westport his entire life, and he's, you know, been doing this for 50+ years, so.
Is that Zagreb Construction?
Let's try to wait, crosstalk, please.
All right, hold on. We're creating a record, so we can't have a back. So, so I think the last question we need to answer is traffic at Kings Highway West. And then, Mr. Chairman, if you want to have any other back and forth or people come back up, and we're happy to answer more questions, but.
Public comments closed, but keep answering, you know, if there are any additional questions you want to answer.
Yeah, so the Kings Highway question, I covered the study area before. When we looked at this project area and the generation, we looked back at the Walgreens report that actually I did. And we did look at Kings Highway West. We did actually in that report. But you look at the results of that, and there is 1 second change in delays. With Kings Highway West. So can we look at it? We can. I don't see it being necessary. We're talking about 2,000 cars a day. I'm sorry, 2,000 cars an hour, Boston Post Road. And we are sending 34 westbound, 38 eastbound in that hour. So you do the math, that's like 3%. So we don't see the need to do it. I understand the concern about it. But the volume that we're generating is so low. Walgreens looked at it and there was 1 second change, no level of service change, 1 second delay change, which is minuscule. So we made a decision not to do that, not study it. I don't think it's necessary. Well, DOT asks us, they could. They could say, well, you know what, Joe, let's look at this as well. They may. I don't anticipate that, but we just don't see the need to do it because of the volume of traffic being generated. Like I said, we use the 100 trip rule at study area. We're not doing 100 trips there. Very small amount of traffic in relation to the peak hour traffic at the intersection. So that's why we didn't look at it. So we weren't planning on to. So.
Thank you. Anything further?
No, listen, as I said, we appreciate the comments from our neighbors. If, you know, we want to put all the concerns to rest. If we open it for public comment, happy to do that. But I know you already exceeded your elected bed. That's how late we've been here. So in that event, if you want, so as I mentioned, we need to still do a CAM application. But I think if you feel comfortable, we can close the public hearing on the special permit, special exception, and then we'll come back, you know, hopefully later in August with the CAM application.
Yeah, let's do that. Where I appreciate everyone's patience and staying around. Usually we'll quit at 10, but since everyone was here, we stayed later. So thank you everyone for staying around. We'll close the public hearing and then we'll see you again, I guess, when you're ready with the CAM application.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, and then that being the last item. But thank you.
Thank you.